Hey everybody. Back with another vibe coding live stream today. Just making sure we got everything set up here. We go live on X, Twitch, and YouTube. Right now I'm monitoring the Twitch and the YouTube chat, but not monitoring the X chat closely. So today, a few things I want to show you. So today, um, in some of the past live streams, we've been working on scheduled reports. And so today, and I have some customers that have been requesting scheduled reports. So it's important for me today to prepare that code and get it ready to migrate it over to production. But since the last live stream, I've been working on a few different things. I built out this Blue Cactus AI, just the first version. I'll call it alpha, pre-alpha version. But we have a front end here for our agents business. And I'm actually going to demonstrate a live voice call here here in a minute. Let me get my Twitch. Make sure I got my Twitch. Miss anything. So this is our agents front end. And right now we have this integrated with Twilio. And I need to double check which models we're using for speech to text and then text to speech. Let me see here. Make sure. Let's bring this over here. Okay. And so this is the chained, or this originally started as a chained architecture. So the services were split up, and I guess one service was doing speech to text, another service was doing text to speech, another service was doing the business orchestration, and there was a lot of latency with that. And so I had built this voice agent tool a while ago, really even before I had started using Cursor or GitHub Copilot, just in ChatGPT. I want to say it was GPT-3 or 3.5, just working in 3.5 and taking that code and migrating it to the code base. But now that we have Cursor, subagents, and these models, the models have really got more intelligent. And so what I'm going to do is now we're going to try to migrate the voice layer to just the OpenAI real-time API, and we're going to see if we can reduce some of that latency. But again, today, really what we're going to be focused on after we demo this. And this is our liquid glass. It doesn't look great on a white background there. So this is, I need to work on that, but this is the liquid glass app too. And so we're going to really be integrating the liquid glass app as a sales and support copilot. We're also working on this agents business, and we're building out really the business orchestration engine, right? Where we can, it's very flexible, and we can set up business workflows and set up chat and voice agents. And a customer could come in and describe what their intents are, what entities they want to extract from the chat session or from the voice session. So in this case, this was just an agent that was going to do outbound discovery call for marketing qualified leads. So the idea was, okay, we reach out to a customer, an MQL comes in from a pay-per-click ad, or it comes in from a social media ad, right? And it's a marketing qualified lead. So this is someone that's not a cold call. This is someone that's already interested in the product. And the idea with this is to immediately make the outbound call and try to do some discovery, set something up on the calendar, send an SMS to collect some important details. And so what I'm going to do is, first let's get our to-do list up. Let's see. Let's just really today, and I have what I'm doing in the description too. But if I come here, let's go to 128.26. Prepare scheduled reports for production. So really what we have to do with this, and I'll show you scheduled reports here. Or first, let's go ahead and make this call. I'm going to go ahead and make this call right here so I can demonstrate the voice agent. So 1 second, let's make it right now. Okay, so we've got okay. So the call's coming in right now. I'm answering it. I'm going to put it on speaker.
Your name?
Yeah, who is this? Who am I talking to?
Chair's giving me trouble. I'm Bill from Blue Cactus AI. What's your name? I want to check demo availability for you.
Yeah, but you kind of sound like a robot. Who the hell are you? I'll check demo availability right now. Well, what's the weather where you're at? It's snowing where I'm at.
Janitor picked great time. Checking demo availability right now. Let's get you set up.
No, I asked you how the weather is.
Bit under the weather. I'm focused on scheduling your demo. Let me check availability right now. You'll find it valuable.
Yeah, well, I'm concerned about pricing though.
Clearing my front ear. I understand. Let's get you scheduled for a demo. What's your name? I'll check availability right now.
No, I'm having hesitation about the price. It's going to be too expensive.
Check availability for a demo right
now. Okay, my name is Bobby.
Great to meet you, Bobby. I have slots available today at 1 p.m. or 3 p.m. and tomorrow at 1 p.m. Which works for you?
What do you have at the end of next month? Sorry, guys. What I'm doing now is I'm testing the intent classification. So here you can see it got my name. It extracted the entity of my name. And guys, this is really rough right now. But it extracted my name. It extracted my time preference, right? And it's trying to go through the conversation flow. And here's my intent classification. So here you can see that these are the different embeddings that we have set up. And some of these we're kind of doing and really what we're trying to do is make it as generative as we can. And I'll go ahead and hang up. But we're going to be using that together with our voice agent. So if I start transcription, let's click allow. So the idea is that web app is going to be the back-end orchestration. And here we're using a whisper model to do local transcription. Hey, Anja. And guys, let me check Twitch. Okay, no chats in Twitch yet. Okay, yeah, so we're going to be really... this is going to be a sales and support co-pilot. So the idea with this is we're going to be surfacing insights for sales and support reps using their business knowledge base. We're going to try to surface the right insights at the right time. And so the idea with this system is you're going to be able to set up agents. So you could set up a support or sales agent. And this is just really a demo GUI here. And we have phone numbers, so you can set up phone numbers through Twilio. We're going to have our call history, a knowledge base. So this is where we're going to be uploading your business documentation. And we did, guys, this front end is Gemini 3 Pro. And then we're going to have, this is really, I built this front end for us to start testing the conversation flow. So right now, the intent classification's not great. We need to work on when do we want to be deterministic? When do we want to be generative, right? So, we could do, and I think some voice agents, to be honest, in the market are doing a lot of deterministic workflow, right? So they have canned responses. And they're doing some sort of intent classification, and then they're spitting out these canned responses that they're rotating. But what I want to do is I want to be as generative as we can. And so just want to lay out one of the items we're going to be working on. And the idea is to, and let me come to here. Let me pull up this system. And really, the idea is to integrate that voice or that support agent, and we're going to use that system, Blue Cactus AI, the agent orchestration. We're going to use that as really like the business orchestration engine behind the support agent that we're going to implement into this system. And so that's what we're going to be working on this year. And so that should be a lot of fun. Let me pull up Atlas again, or let's just pull this up. Yeah, so definitely excited about that. It's pretty clear that OpenAI is building SDKs and ways for you to build on top of their platform and build agents. But it's pretty clear that OpenAI is pretty focused on trying to distribute intelligence, like a horizontal distribution of intelligence across all verticals, but they may not really dial in to a specific niche or a specific vertical. And that's really what I'm going to be working on. And really the first vertical that I'm really going to focus on is telematics video, right? So building agents for telematics video. And so today, really what we need to do today is we're going to be working on scheduled reports. So I have customers that run GeoZone reports. Excuse me. They run GeoZone reports, stop reports, idling reports. And right now on the production system, they have to do this manually. So pretty much every time they want to run one of these reports, they have to go into the system and manually run it. So what we're going to do today is we're going to start looking into the exact code that we need to migrate over. We need to think about staggering the distribution of these scheduled reports, because if I have a bunch of customers that all set up a report at once, that could put a lot of load on the system. And so we want to kind of stagger maybe the distribution of these scheduled reports, because we don't need to distribute them to all customers at the same time, as long as we get them distributed to all customers. So, and what I want to show you guys too is my looping tool. So if I come, let's open up Ghosty. And guys, I made a video on this, but I'll discuss it briefly. And I'm not going to use it a lot today until we tune it more, because it does use a lot of tokens. But we did build a kind of, I've seen these tools like GSD, I guess, or Ralph Loop. And these are like agentic looping tools. I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with Claude Bot. That's more like a personal assistant, but it may be kind of running on a 24/7 loop. I'm not exactly sure, but I built an agentic loop using Cursor. So if you're interested in a super deep, when it's still kind of high level, but I did release a video on loops. For now, first I'm going to show you. So Cursor has really Cursor just released subagents. And subagents are where you can spin up multiple agents in one thread. And so they have a discovery subagent, they have a browser subagent, and a bash subagent, is my understanding. And let me I actually need to post in Discord that I'm live. Post here. Okay, cool. I just posted in the Discord chat. Let's get Twitch back up here. Cool. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is, and so subagents, it pretty much spins up multiple agents inside the same thread or inside the same session, but it burns tokens quickly. But it's pretty thorough and pretty amazing what you can do with these subagents. So what I'm going to do now is let's just. And guys, got some classical on today. We'll probably switch to maybe some soft house music in a little bit here, some lo-fi. But just chilling on some classical here to get the day started. So, let me see. Let's get our to-do list up again. Just want to make sure. Okay. So this is really what's important with these scheduled reports is trying to stagger them or minimize the system load as much as we can. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say, I want you to spin up some subagents to start reviewing scheduled reports code in the report service and also the front end Next.ts service. So we recently implemented this code. I want you to go review the Git log and look for and go far back in the log and look for any commits that are related to scheduled reports. Show those commits so you can get an understanding of what we did to implement scheduled reports. I need you to review the table structure. So we set up 2 new tables. We have scheduled reports and scheduled reports runs. I need you to review and understand how we can set up those tables. What we're doing is, this is a clone of production. So we need to prepare these changes to migrate them to production. So what I want to see is, I want to see all files that have been existing files that have been modified. If they've been modified, I want the exact code blocks of the code I need to, or the code blocks I need to add to production and the modifications I need to make. If we added any completely new files, give me the file names and what those files do. So I'm about to run this. That wasn't a great prompt. And so what really has happened over the years, and I'm still need to get this workflow improved, but pretty much I have a staging server that has its own set of repositories. I have a production system that has its own set of repositories, and over the years there's been some drift, right? And so it's not an exact clone of production. And really what I need to do is I need to just take this staging server code. I don't need to use it anymore. I need to pull the code down from production, change all the endpoints, and get it set up as the new staging server, so then we can get back to being an exact clone. But we pretty much have had some drift, right? So what I have been having to do is using the LLM, make the changes, and use the LLM to review those changes, prepare the exact changes that I need to migrate to production, and then I just migrate them manually right now. But we're going to be developing a better workflow for this. But for now, then let's delete this after hours. And we'll show you guys, if you guys are interested in agentic looping, you can check out my video on agentic loops in Cursor, and we'll eventually demo it here in a minute after we do this. So let's delete this too. Okay, and then I'm going to say these scheduled reports are going to need to run on a cron job. The report service is in Java, so we also need to think about what open source tool we're going to use to run these reports on a schedule. I know one option is Job Runner, but there's other open source options available. Give me your thoughts on this. All right, so it's a pretty chunky script, right? But let's go Command Option E, and let's run this thing. Okay, so it looks like it spun up a subagent here. Pretty cool. Now, I don't think Codex has subagents, but I'm also going to run this in Codex too. So let me go to Codex, and pretty sure Codex can't do subagents, but let's just see how it behaves here. Oh, look, it's trying to use some MCP resources. We really got to get our MCP set up for Postgres and also Redis and also GitHub. We're going to be doing that, and then we're going to be adding those MCP tools to our agent, is the plan. And guys, I'll show you, or for now, let's keep moving on. This is really important that I get this migrated to production here. Okay, I've completed a thorough review of scheduled reports implementation across reports. The report service is in Java, front end is in TypeScript, okay. Reports, integrated authentication, email notifications, implemented email integration for report delivery, fixed account email lookup queries, okay. Database structure. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to add these tables to the production database. So I added these to the staging server, but we're going to have to migrate them to the production DB. Okay, then we have two tables we're going to have to add. We got one called scheduled reports that has our data like ID. And let me just pull up PG admin and I'll show you what these tables look like here. Hey, Portnoy. Hey, Midnight Simon, how are you? So, right now, guys, what we're working on, a few different things. So, uh, a couple different projects that we're working on. And hey, welcome everyone from Midnight Simon's stream. Thanks for being here. I'll just walk you through what I'm working on. So, working on an agents tool. So I have this integrated with Twilio. We're doing speech to text and text to speech. The idea with this is when marketing qualified leads get generated, really any business that's generating marketing qualified leads, not cold calls, but MQLs, and that could come from a pay-per-click or it could come from a social media ad campaign. When that lead gets generated, what we're doing, at least with this voice agent, is we're making an outbound call using Twilio, calling over the cell network. And then what we're trying to do is do a basic discovery call. So we're using embeddings to try to do intent classification. So here you can see these are different intents that I have set up, like maybe the customer's expressing interest, or maybe the customer is trying to make a clarification, or maybe the customer wants you to provide more info. So we're using or request a specific time frame. So we're using embeddings, and we're converting that speech into text using embeddings to try to determine some sort of intent. And then once we determine the intent, we're trying to create like a generative response and go through the conversation flow. And so the idea is for the basic discovery call, the MQL comes in, we immediately make an outbound call to that customer, and we just ask them, hey, are you interested? Because it's fascinating, but sometimes these people will go on and submit a form saying they're interested in a product, and then you'll have a sales rep call them, and they answer the phone, and they say, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm not interested, and that wastes a sales rep's time. So the idea is use an agent to make that discovery call, confirm that they're interested, see if we can try to set up a demo with our human sales rep, right? So check the sales rep's calendar availability and try to confirm that calendar availability with the end customer and book a demo. Also, the voice agent has trouble. Like if you try to read an email address to the voice agent has a lot of difficulty trying to capture that. So then we use SMS to collect the customer's email. So we try to extract this information, and the idea is to just set up that meeting for the sales rep, right? So you have, instead of them having to reach out to all of these marketing qualified leads that are coming in quickly, we use this agent to make that outbound call, do a basic, very easy discovery call, and then we hand it off to the human sales rep. Now, I originally built this in the chained architecture, so different services for speech to text and the business orchestration, and then also the text to speech. And what I found was there was a lot of latency, right? And it really felt robotic. And so now that the models have become more intelligent, and also OpenAI has released a new real-time API where they're handling speech to text and text to speech all inside of one model. So what we're going to try to do is separate out that layer, right, the voice layer, and use that new OpenAI API, and then see how fast, if we can improve the latency. What we've also built, guys, is this. So this is running right now. So this is using a whisper model. This is liquid glass. And guys, if you haven't already, please follow. It really does help push this content out to more people. Really, this channel is all about vibe coding. We're building a B2B AI SaaS apps. So this is a liquid glass app. And the idea with this is going to be a desktop app. I have plans to, I'm still working out the details, but eventually my plan is to, I want to release this under an open source license, maybe the GPL 3.0 license. But this is a liquid glass. The idea with this is it's going to be, thanks for walking me through the flow. Hey, cool. Thanks for being here. So here, this is liquid glass. I'm going to take a picture of my monitors. Let's give it permission here. And I vibe coded this, guys, if you're interested. If you're interested in how I built this liquid glass app, I believe it's on one of the other live streams, but pretty much here we go. I've got, what I can do is I can take a picture of all my monitors here, and then I can say, what do you see in the top right monitor? And I'm playing old school RuneScape, doing some AFK woodcutting here. So boom, in the top right, oh, sorry, it's the top left monitor. What is in the top left monitor? Hey, Endless Curiosity. No, so I have plans to start building on top of that, maybe the OpenAI Agents SDK. But no, right now, I built the building blocks myself right now for that orchestration. But really want to separate out the voice layer, and I think the OpenAI uses tool calling, and so kind of get that voice layer set up. I'm using Twilio webhooks, but there's ways to use I think like a WebSocket with Twilio, and I need to think through this. I haven't thought through all of this. But yeah, want to eventually start thinking about how can we build on top of maybe the Agents SDK that OpenAI released, migrate to that Twilio, migrate to the OpenAI real-time API, and I believe Twilio has a different integration that we can do instead of the webhooks, where we can try to improve latency. But so the idea with this is going to be the sales and support copilot. And this is also doing local transcription. So if I start this model, this is Whisper C++, and you'll see once the model loads, here you go, it's doing local transcription. Now there's also another product that I want to show you guys. And real quick, let me just start these coaching nodes. 1 second. Hold on. Let's just start these nodes. Can you scale up the coaching node group? Okay, what I do is I scale down the coaching node group, but this is my telematics video product. So we have dash cameras in vehicles, and anytime anytime there's an event, pretty much. So we have a dash camera in the vehicle. We have forward-facing cameras that face the driver. We have cameras that are mounted underneath the mirrors. Backup cameras, you can mount mirrors on the fender. And this camera also does GPS tracking, right? So this is a Google Maps, right? And we're using Three.js on top of Google Maps. So here you can see this is actually a 3D vector map, and this is a 3D object on top of Google Maps using Three.js. And so if I scroll up, the pins will cluster, and you can click on the cluster and see the different devices. I can select a device, zoom in. We also have, you can share a link. So maybe say I have an end customer and I'm delivering some goods to them, or I'm going to a job site to perform a service, and the end customer wants to know, hey, how far away am I? Right? I can generate a shareable link and give it an expiration, and then take that link, and the end customer can start in real time watching where the vehicle is and how close that vehicle is to the destination, right? And this is using Three.js simulation, which is pretty cool. Let me just see. I want to make sure, see if this, just want to scale up the node group here. Probably could have done it myself, but let's see. Oh. What happened? Try again. Okay, so back to the app. So then we have geo zones, right? So we have geo zones that our customers can set up. and anytime a vehicle exits or enters a geozone, you can receive an alert, right? So I could create a new geozone here if I wanted. Let me just create a geozone. I can make the geozone as big or as small as I want, right? Move the geozone around. And we're using SendGrid to send the emails, right? I'm using Redis and Apache Kafka. So here's the setup. This system is all deployed on AWS EKS. So if I come kubectl get pods A, you'll see, so I'm running Redis. So Redis is a key value storage memory database. And so as data's coming in, we use Redis to help us determine geozone arrival or departures. So we pretty much put a key into the geozone whenever someone's in that geozone. When they leave the geozone, we remove the key. It's been a while since I worked on it. That may not be the exact way it's working now, but that's the idea. Is we use Redis to help us determine the arrive and the departs as we're streaming in that real-time data. And let me make sure, hold on. Can you scale up the coaching node group? Okay, let's do this. So I'm using EKS CTL, which is a tool that I use to create my cluster. And so I use EKS CTL. To be honest, I could probably just go find the query right now, or find the command. Let me see, terminal. Let's see. Let's go to Ghosty. Doing Control R. Let's go to Ghosty. Yeah, so we have Sentinel running. We have Kafka, and I'm running these as self-managed services. I'm doing Kafka and Zookeeper, Apache Kafka, and that's how we distribute the data to the different microservices and keep that data in sequential order. And hey, Build. So I started, how did I get funded for this product? So I started as a business guy. So really as a reseller, distributor in the telematics space. So originally worked with a company as partners with the company Qualcomm. Helped distribute and sell a product for them. Eventually built out like a core customer base. I'm not, this industry that I'm in, the telematics video industry, is very fragmented. So like 97% of all fleets, or any company that has vehicles, has less than 10 vehicles. And so it's really not, and all of these small businesses have different demands, right? And so it's really not like a one size fits all type of thing. So what we've done is partner with lots of different companies in the space. And so I'm not exclusive to any one person. We ended up partnering with different companies that offered different products, and I saw an opportunity. Back in the day, you used to have a separate GPS tracker and a separate camera, so the camera wouldn't do telematics video. You'd get this black box that you put in your car to record the GPS. Let me just make sure. Interesting. Hold on. Let's just use Flash to do this. I just want to make sure. Use EKS CTL to get my node groups, and then scale up the coaching node group to one node. Let's see if, there we go. Okay. Good. Okay, there are my node groups. We're about to scale the coaching node group up so I can show you guys the coaching platform, which is really cool. So I'm, and it's going to take a minute to scale up that coaching node group. Yeah, I'm familiar with George Hotz. He's the guy that like hacked the PS2, right? Back in the day. So, anyways, yeah, they used to have like a separate GPS tracker and a separate camera, and I saw where the market was heading. The market was heading in telematic, what they call telematics video. So instead of having a GPS tracker, you do GPS and all the camera events on the just with a dash camera, right? And that's when I started working with interns, working with the local colleges, doing capstone projects, hiring engineers to build out the platform that you're about to see here. Check the status of the node group. Okay, it's active. I'm going to say, check the coaching pod. Okay, it's still spinning up this container. So we'll wait for this quickly. Let me see. Cube CTL. CTL get pods namespace coaching. Okay, so the container's still creating. It takes about 2 minutes for this container to start. But I'll keep showing you the app in the meantime. So then we can also request footage. So I can request footage from cameras, and even if the camera is on the other side of the United States, I can go request footage, and it'll return that footage over the air. Yeah, so both Curiosity. So we sell hardware. So we make money on the hardware, and then we sell SaaS too. And so this is requesting footage. Then we have reports, right? So I can run critical event report. So I can go generate this report. And these are like the events that the camera will trigger. So here's an example of DSM distraction event. It's not a great one, but here's me yawning. What I can do is, let me take a look at this event here. So this is a DSM distraction. You can see it knows that my mouth is open when I'm yawning there in the car. And at the edge, it's detecting that as a distraction event. And so we're doing Edge AI to detect things like distraction, fatigue, cigarette, no seatbelt on. Then we're using the accelerometer to determine things like quick acceleration, hard turn, shock, severe shock. And guys, if you haven't already, please follow and like and subscribe. It really does help push the content out to more people. But then, and let's see if the coaching node spun up yet. Check the status again. Yeah, so we have reports. We have the critical event report. We have, and I just showed that to you. I'll show it to you one more time. So here's driver ID, and I'll show you driver ID in a minute. But we also, anytime a customer gets into the vehicle, it takes a picture of the customer's face and records a driver ID event. And so here you can see there's a picture of my face, and it records driver ID. And here's drivers. So pretty much the end customer would go enter in their drivers into this driver directory. So they would enter in all of their drivers, and then the camera takes a picture of the driver's face and stores it in a storage system. Then the next time the driver gets into the vehicle, it takes another picture of the driver's face and tries to compare it to the existing pictures. And each one of those pictures has its own unique ID. So if it finds a match, it returns that same ID to us. So what we have our customers do is they come into drivers, identify drivers. And so what will happen is if they just get set up with our system, awesome live. Hey, Mari. Hey, thanks for being here. And anyone from Midnight Simon, thanks guys for being here. You know, I'm really doing a lot of heavy vibe coding. But as the system gets bigger, what I found is that, it's also understanding, like some more algorithm stuff, understanding, is this the right way to write the algorithm? What's the time complexity of this algorithm? How fast is this algorithm? Right? What do I need to be doing asynchronously? What do I need to be doing synchronously? What's non-blocking or blocking? Right? What's the right language for the job? These are all important things to understand too. So I've actually started watching Midnight Simon's streams because I want to learn more about algorithms, and just get a deeper understanding. I know obviously AI is able to write the algorithm now, but I think it's still good to have that fundamental knowledge. Also, what I've learned is that I've worked with many interns over the years, and interns that have gone on to Palantir, AWS, Robinhood, Capital One, really all the big FANG company, PayPal, John Deere, all the big tech companies, and all of these big tech firms are still requiring you need to be able to understand how to do an algorithm on a whiteboard style interview, right? Or you at least need to be able to walk through an algorithm. And I think there might be some confusion. I think vibe coding is an amazing way to start learning how to code, and never before have you had this expert available to help you learn how to code. And so I think vibe coding is going to really bring a lot of new people into coding. But again, why I really like Midnight Simon's stream actually is because if you really are looking to get a job or break into the industry, I think vibe coding is important to understand, and you definitely need to be vibe coding. But I also think that you do need to have some fundamental knowledge. Like a lot of people will ask, "Hey, how do I start?" Yes, Bulb. How do I get a 200K job, right? And I think vibe coding is an amazing way for entrepreneurs to launch prototypes, release them quickly, get feedback from the market, right? So you can spin up a prototype and you don't have to design it to be scalable, horizontally and vertically scalable and all this stuff, right? You can spin up a prototype, release it into the market quickly, get feedback, and start iterating quickly. And what's beautiful about vibe coding is if you have these ideas in your head and you haven't been able to take the ideas and put them into code, now with vibe coding you can. And so I think there's tons of people that have brilliant ideas, but they didn't know how to code. And so now with vibe coding, they can release those ideas into the world. And if one of those ideas gets traction, you can hire a team of developers and worry about scalability and these things later, right? And so, but now if you're looking to like get a job at Google or get a job at Robinhood or get a job at AWS, my understanding is, I think there's a few ways to do it. Maybe one of them is building in public, kind of like what I'm doing now, and showcase your talents, right? And make them very visible. But also having that deep understanding of algorithms, because these larger tech firms, especially for the jobs where you're making significant money, they're definitely going to want you to understand algorithms. That's my understanding, at least. Okay, guys, so I'm going to show you. So I vibe coded this, guys. So we're using open source models to do object detection and depth estimation. So I'm trying to look for relevant objects in the scene. So what happens a lot in this business, and then we're going to get to vibe coding, guys. There's a lot of new people here on Twitch from Midnight Simon's raid, I think. So just want to explain what I'm doing. But pretty much this dash camera triggers events, right? And these events are sometimes false positives. And what happens in this business is that if there's a false positive, and say there's an accident that results in a fatality, now, even if your driver's innocent, and this is a little different than false positive, but I'll get back to the false positive. But in this business, if you get into an accident that results in a fatality, even if your driver's innocent, if you don't have that evidence, if you don't have, evidence showing that your driver is innocent, you may still have to go fight that case in court, and you may not be able to settle outside of court. So just hiring a lawyer to defend yourself in court, that can drain your business, right, and put you out of business. Also, it's good to have a record showing that you took some action to try to make your fleet safer, or try to teach your drivers how to be safe. Because if there is an accident that results in a fatality, right, that can be seen in the eyes of the courts. That can be seen as kind of negligent type behavior, right? If you're not showing that you're taking some sort of action to try to prevent dangerous things from happening, right? So what we're doing is, then you also have the false positive. So you have, in this business, because there's an accelerometer in the camera, right? Sometimes you'll drive over a pothole, it'll trigger a false positive, right? And so what'll happen sometimes is some driver will get some disciplinary action taken against him, and it shows that like he had some hard turn or some hard brake, but the guy literally just drove over a pothole, right? Or it was a braking scenario where he actually needed the hard brake. Maybe the guy in front of him did some illegal move, or the guy next to him did some illegal move, and he had to swerve out of the way, right? So what we're doing is, I'm using these object detection and depth estimation models, and really any vision models, and I'm trying to determine, okay, what's the closest objects to the vehicle? Which objects look relevant? Which ones are not relevant? And then I'm trying to grab the most relevant frames in the video, and then pass that to a vision model, and have the vision model do another analysis and tell me, hey, is this risky? Is it not risky? Right? Or what happened in this event? And then we build a reconstruction of the event. So this is using Three.js, right? And this is all moving at a relative speed. And so the idea with this is, say there's an accident or there's a severe event. What we're doing is pretty much like the fleet manager, if there's an event and the vehicle's in a different state, and all of a sudden the fleet manager, he needs to talk to the police, he needs to talk to the insurance company on the fly, he needs to make decisions quick, right? It's good for him to be able to see this context, see this event reconstruction, and get like a better idea quickly of what happened during the event. And the idea with this is, once we detect these objects in the video, we're going to be putting these 3D objects in this 3D simulation as kind of the idea, right? And really build this full 3D event reconstruction. And then after we do that, we build a report, right? So in the report, we say, all right, what's the risk level? We build a snapshot, right? So the driver was involved in a driver state monitoring distraction event at this speed. The following objects were detected in close proximity to the vehicle. And it's getting my seatbelt as a handbag. And one thing, guys, I really want to do on this channel too, is I want to start to think about labeling and annotating data. So I'm using pre-trained object detection models, and these pre-trained models are great to start, but there's certain objects that this model is not detecting accurately that are important to me, right? Like one of them is cigarette, one of them is seatbelt, and so it's important for me to detect these objects, but the pre-trained object detection model doesn't do this. So one of my plans this year on stream is I'm going to get into my vehicle, and I'm going to start taking pictures of myself smoking cigarette, taking my seatbelt off, and any other object that's relevant, me using these objects, right? Pictures of me doing it. And then we're going to try to build like a synthetic data set of some sort, right? And so pretty much build a synthetic data set, and then train these models to start detecting objects like cigarette, or right now it's detecting the seatbelt as a handbag, but it really needs to be detecting it as a seatbelt, right? So, and guys, if you're wondering, I'm not a super big time gamer, but I do a little old school RuneScape in the background here. So, uh, and what's really cool about this game is that some developer took the Java jar file and he like reverse engineered it and wrapped this open source framework around it called RuneLite that has this big open source plugin ecosystem. And so that's one thing I'm interested in doing on this stream too, is maybe vibe coding a plugin for this game in Java, which would be pretty cool. But anyways, for now, this is like a game. It brings back nostalgia for me because when I was a kid, I played this game and another game called Halo. So really just they call it the best second monitor game of all time. So it just sits on the second monitor while I work. Anyways, then we come up with a shared action plan, right? So then we're dynamically creating a shared action plan for the driver and the coach. And so that's it, kind of. That's the coaching. Now back to what I'm working on now. So right now I have something called, you know what? Since everybody's here, let me show you one new thing. So I also built something called an agentic loop. And if you guys are interested, I released a video on agentic looping. And some of you may have heard of Ralph Loop, or there's another solution called GSD. And let me delete this after hours context. So let me show you guys. And guys, thanks for being here. If you haven't already, please follow or subscribe and like the video. It really helps push out the content to more people. Today, what I'm working on is scheduled reports. So in Postgres, let me see. Reports. Okay, so we have this database table called scheduled reports. So here you can see the scheduled reports, and every time we enter in a scheduled report, and I have customers on the production system asking for this right now. So I have like customers that run the GeoZone report every day to see when their drivers leave the yard. And so right now he has to go in on my production system. My customer has to go in and enter or go in and run these reports manually every single day, right? And so I added this scheduled reports functionality right now on the staging server. So we have two different, and this is going to have to run on a cron job. And one of the things I'm thinking through with scheduled reports is if I have many different customers that set up this report and they all run at the same time, that's going to put massive load on my back-end service, right? And so I need to think about staggering these scheduled reports in a way where we don't stress the system too much. So a couple things. The first thing I did was I went and I told Gemini Flash to go spin up some sub-agents. So like right now I'm going to tell Gemini Flash to, I want you to spin up some sub-agents to review the scheduled reports page in the browser. So first off, Cursor has some default sub-agents, and to get them to execute, all you have to do is tell Cursor to spin up these sub-agents. So they have a browser sub-agent, they have a bash shell sub-agent, and they have a discovery sub-agent. The discovery sub-agent, hey, Endless Curiosity, thanks. Yeah, great. Thanks to have you here. Also, good to have you here. Also, I have a community at discord.bluecactus.ai. If anyone's interested, that's really a community I'm trying to build of vibe coders, really anyone that's interested in technology. Anyone that's interested in building businesses, vibe coding businesses, consumer stuff, B2B stuff, just anyone that's interested in general high-level AI discussion. I really enjoy talking about AI, talking about which models I think are good at what and why. So if any of you guys are interested in that, you can join there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say let's spin up these sub agents. Okay, it's trying to load it up locally, which is okay. Yeah, I don't have this running locally right now. That's okay. Hold on. Let me go. Yeah, we're gonna pass on the browser thing right now. Or let's hold on. Let me log in here. Hold on. Okay. I really don't want to change. I'm just trying to show you guys the scheduled report. I'm just gonna say, okay, I have it open in the browser now. Spin up the subagents and review the scheduled reports front end. I don't want to make any changes, but I just want you to give me your thoughts. Okay, nice. Agents using the browser. It just captured a screenshot. Interesting. It didn't spin up the subagents. I don't think. I can't tell. Can you spin up the browser subagents? Try again. You know, it may have done it. It didn't do it in the style that I have seen in the past, but they have subagents. Now let me show you. I want to show you guys my agentic loop here. Hold on. Okay, so I built this yesterday. So now Cursor has these things called subagents, right? So I built this agents file underneath the directory .cursor, and this is very similar to Ralph Loop, and I'm going to show you guys how this works. So this is an agent that I called After Hours, and I'm just trying to go with like the party theme right now. The staging server is called Get Party. That's not the name of the business in production, but that's kind of the name of the staging server now. So I called this agent the After Hours agent. So what this agent does is starts when a user message includes after hours, or if this file after hours mode exists. So a before submit prompt hook creates this file. When it detects the keyword before the first response, on a fresh start, the hook archives existing log context. So then we start to do the loop iterations. We run through one loop, and these are the agents, the sub agents that we're spawning. So on each loop, we're spawning 3 to 5 sub agents, and those sub agents are these: backend API, auth, DataDB, migrations, quality, and then here it says add when relevant, front end, infra ops, config, product, user experience. Now, so on each loop, it creates a context file, right? And it stores it in this after hours archive. And then, so here are kind of different modes here. So we have discovery, figure out, plan, analyze, review, implementation. Then we have our safety, git, never commit to main master, never merge locally, confirm before checkout push. K8s, read only by default, ask before rollout. And here's the coordinator. So we have one coordinator loop at a time. Only the coordinator writes work entries, right? Subagents are read only, so each turn. So on every time the loop runs, and this is all, guys, inside of an agent's file, and this agent is called the After Hours agent. Hey, Aditya, this is Cursor. I'm doing all this in Cursor. I'm about to show you how it works. And I have a video on YouTube if you guys are interested on Agentic Loop too, if you want to watch more about this. But so we have so on each turn, we're going to read the after hours context and the after hours log. spawn 3 to 5 expert subagents in parallel. Synthesize signals and do work, respect mode. Append one work entry to the log, do not edit hook entries. Update the context summary. Okay, max 10 turns, right? Okay, so we're gonna run this. So then I have, this agent has hooks that I'm using. So I've got one after hours. This is the hook that runs when I first say the keyword after hours. So so when we first say the keyword after hours, we're triggering this file called after hours mode, and we're using this so the agent knows to keep looping. Then I have another hook that I have set up that is preventing me from pushing to the main branch, right? So one concern when you're running these agentic loops is pushing. You don't want to. I don't want to ever push to my main branch. You know, I'm okay if it checks out to some new branch, does some crazy stuff, some cool stuff, maybe has some emergent behavior that's interesting, and it pushes it to a feature branch, and then I just never merge that branch, right? I'm okay with that. And then we have skills, right? So I have a skill that's associated with this agent. Now another thing that I want to do that I haven't added to this agent is I could give this agent MCP tools, right? So I could give it an MCP tool to access my database, or I could give it an MCP tool to access Redis, right? Or an MCP tool to access my GitHub issues. And I haven't set up those MCP servers yet, but the plan is to do that. And so here are our key files, right? And here's the start. And this is a skill that we're assigning to this after hours agent. And one of the most important things of the skill is it kind of pretty much helps the agent understand what type of data it needs to write to the log file. Then we also have a Git skill. Excuse me. These are all of our Git commands. We have a Kubernetes skill. These are all of our Kubernetes commands. We have a Kafka skill. These are our Kafka commands. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go to GPT 5.2 Codex Extra High. And guys, this is going to take a long time because it is 5.2 Codex Extra High. But what I found is that 5.2 Codex Extra High is the best at long-running agentic task. So I'm going to say, I want you to run after hours and review the report service and also the front-end service. I'm preparing to deploy scheduled reports. I need to prepare scheduled reports to deploy to production. I want to know, go review and help me prepare this. So I'm just going to say that. That was kind of not the best script, but the key word here is after hours. So when we launch this with this keyword after hours, it should go trigger our agent, right? So let's try. So it read the skill file. Boom. Read after hours. Boom. So now it's reading our agent files, right? Let's see if it created it just created that file after hours mode that I was talking about. So our pre-hook created this file after hours mode. And so we're about, okay, so here you see the sub-agents launching. It's pretty cool, man. It actually gets me excited. And so here's on our first iteration, boom, we just launched these sub-agents. And then you're gonna see, once we get done with our first loop, we're gonna take all of our context and everything that we discovered during that first loop, and we're gonna write it to a log file, which is pretty damn cool. So you're about to see that in a minute here. So it didn't create the log file yet. It should soon here. Let me, guys. I'm gonna grab a fresh cup of coffee here while we let this run, and let me just. I'll be right back. 1 second, and you'll see this. It's gonna start looping here in a second. Wow, we're in the Wild West again. Exactly. So I'll be right back. I'm just gonna top off the coffee. Be right back. Wow, so it still didn't even finish the first iteration. I've got like old secrets in a Docker file, and so it always gets confused with that. But hold on. So what's going to happen is I have a hook that's checking for this signal that Cursor sends when sessions are done, right? So Cursor is going to send a signal. And if you haven't already, guys, please follow, like, and subscribe. It helps a lot. And so what we do is we have a hook that is, wow, it's really going deep here. Looking at my Redis stuff and everything. I hope it doesn't expose anything critical. It shouldn't. I'll check in the log before it does. But anyway, so what we're doing is we're using a hook to look for the signal when this session's over. And when the session is over, pretty much that hook, we use that hook, and the hook runs a bash script, and the bash script starts the loop again. And that's when we start the loop again, we review our agent file, we review our skills, and then we start the iteration again here. So, wow. It's interesting, but sometimes GPT 5.2 Codex Extra High really goes super deep. Most of the time, it's the best reasoning model, though. Definitely. So here it's going to tell me that I have some hard-coded key in one of my Docker files that needs to be set up in a Kubernetes secret. I think it kind of got stuck on that. Yeah. Hey, Aditya. Yeah. So, I mean, I still think that this burns a ton of tokens. But what's really interesting about this is that, and we still haven't even made it through the first iteration. But what's really interesting about this is that if you had open source local models set up on a local computer, right? Technically, it would just cost you the electricity, right? And so if you had a computer with a GPU, and you ran some local models, you could run them in an agentic loop, 24/7, right? So you know that is kind of interesting, right? To say, hey, you know, here's my code. Let's set it up to where it doesn't need any approval to run any commands. And you know, let's just let this thing run 24/7 and see what it ends up doing, right? You know, that's kind of definitely fascinating to me, for sure. Probably should have used GPT 5.2 Codex maybe, and not Extra High. But it should. Let's let it run here. I just want to at least let you guys see one loop, hopefully. Okay, here we go. Wow, it's really. I think it's because I set out migrating to production, so it's really doing a deep security review. Um, 1 second. See, now it's interesting, but it's making changes to the code, which is fine. I usually do B2 Flash quite cheap, better than Grok Code fast. Just have to make sure the Claude Code instance implements new instances for each plane with new context window. Yeah, so one thing is when I click this after hours agent, you can set up the model for the after hours agent here. Now, what's interesting though is I tried to set up all of my subagents with Gemini 3 Flash, but then I was checking my bill and I noticed that I never saw Gemini 3 Flash in my bill, so I was confused. I was confused if that subagent was using Gemini Flash or not using Gemini Flash, right? But yeah, so the idea is for the subagents to use a more lightweight, less expensive model, was kind of my plan. And that's the idea, right? And so, if I could do that, that would be pretty cool. It's still making changes to the code here. It's doing a lot of security stuff, it looks like. I should have maybe said, hey, don't, just for, because I'm trying to demonstrate it for you guys on stream, but I should have said, hey, don't make changes to the code now. Let's just do a review. But that's okay. Let's let it keep running. It's crazy, but we're still on iteration 1, loop 1 here, which is pretty fascinating. Let's see. It added some logging, which is interesting. And what it's going to do is once it's done going through this loop, it's going to write the context and what it did into a log file. And then once we start the next loop iteration, it's going to go pull from that context and then pull that into the context window. And then it's going to spin up the new subagents. Still working here. Really going to be interesting to see what it does here. I maybe should have given a similar prompt as yesterday. This prompt definitely has taken a minute, but it's okay. It's running lint checks, keeps finding errors. You know what we'll do? No, let's let it. Let's see what happens here. Okay, it's looking at the front end now. Okay, nice. I think the loop, so we just generated a timestamp that we're going to put into a log file. So here we go. Nice. It's appending it to the after hours log here, guys, which is pretty cool. No. So, hey, Winpo. So, really for this service, I worked with a lot of different engineers, and a lot of guys that come out of college, they know Java. I guess they teach Java in college. Java, a lot of enterprise legacy systems are written in Java. So you get a lot of like interns and less experienced engineers that are most familiar with Java. My biggest beef, a lot of our backend services are either in Node or Java. So we have some services, and guys, this is pretty cool, but look, it just generated this log. So hook turn 1 completed. So the coordinator wrote some data to the log. We also wrote some data to this context, right? And so now it's going to keep looping for a max of 10 loops. It pulls in this log data, and you can see that, and I don't know what happened here. Well, let's see. Oh, look, okay, boom. It's interesting. I'm still tuning this, but here we go, guys. So here's loop. That was kind of the first thing, because it waits till the end hook looks for when the set. So here we go. We're spinning up the subagents, guys. Check that out. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subagents running at the same time. So this is just loop 1, right? And I could set this up to loop forever. And so once this loop's done, it's going to put more data into the log. But so to answer your question, Java and Node. So we have some services that we have high-speed GPS data that comes into our system, and that data has to get sent to different microservices in sequential order. And so we've used Node to do that, and we use async promises to keep the event loop, to not block the event loop, right? So it's a lot of non-blocking operations using async and promises to keep it off the event loop, but keep it in sequential order. Now, Node is great, but I didn't even learn this until the LLMs really helped me understand, but I guess Node is a little more expensive. So it's great for IO bound work, I guess memory bound work. But if you have any CPU bound work, and you run blocking operations, my understanding is it can block that event loop. Now, what I've learned is that engineers, if they don't understand like async and the JavaScript event loop and chaining together promises and how to keep data in order, that you could accidentally maybe write some blocking methods that block the event loop. So nice. Now I gotta work on that. But actually, this is technically the first loop iteration. So it wrote some data to the log again. It's writing some data to the context, and you'll see it's about to start loop 2. Watch. It's about to start loop 2. But I guess Node, what I've learned is Node has a heavier runtime, right? It uses more memory and CPU. I guess Node uses one thread on the CPU, but I think Node behind the scenes is using multiple threads. Sometimes it still confuses me. So guys, look, now we're on, you'll see it. This is turn 2. So it says the night is young, at least 3 turns before we can wrap. Remember, append 1 log entry with expert attribution and update context. So boom, now we're on loop 2. We just launched another 4 subagents on loop 2. So that's my understanding with Node. Now Java, my understanding with Java is it maps 1-to-1 with the operating system threads, right? So if you write blocking operations in Java, that's fine. I guess you can keep spinning up new threads, but if you don't understand what you're doing and you have a ton of Java threads open, that can get heavy, right? So I've been thinking about maybe using like the language Go for any data plane or any hot path. Any hot path code or hot path services, maybe using Go. I'm really interested in using Go because all of these services are deployed on AWS EKS. And right now I'm managing the nodes. I'm managing self-managed nodes. And so I'm kind of doing the firecracker approach now, where I didn't set up auto scaling yet with ECS Fargate, but I use Prometheus and Grafana to monitor the node groups. And if I see memory pressure or CPU pressure, I scale up the node group. Look, here we're on loop 3. Now I have it saying do at least 3 loops, but max 10 loops, right? Yes, yeah, when post. So I'm still not an expert on this. You know, I need to think through this more. My understanding with Go is I'm eventually going to try to, and I'll show you. These are my Kubernetes services. So these are all my Kubernetes services. I'm running a self-managed Redis stateful set with Sentinel. I'm running Apache Kafka locally. That's self-managed. And what I want to maybe do is migrate to AWS Spot instances, right? So, like what AWS has these things called Spot instances, where they'll take an instance from some enterprise customer that server's idling, and they'll take that and rent it out to me for a 70% to 80% cost reduction. So my understanding is that the language Go was developed by Google and Kubernetes was developed by Google, and Go has very small binaries. The runtime is not as heavy, doesn't use as much CPU, doesn't use as much memory, and has fast cold start. So my idea is any of my hot path services to use replicas on Kubernetes, have a round robin load balancer in front of that, and run those on AWS Spot instances so the workloads can get interrupted and restart easily. And that's kind of my thinking. I still working through that, and I know Node has honestly been fine so far, right? It's Node has been good. If the LLM didn't come around, I wouldn't even be considering migrating to a different language. But one of the beautiful things about AI is it makes it that much easier to refactor a service, right, into a different language. So just considering that. And guys, you know, this live stream is about vibe coding. Right now I'm just showing you this agentic loop. This is very similar to like Ralph loop or GSD. So let me go back to my log. Oh. Okay, so here's the log. So check this out. So we've got here's hook turn 1. So, and then we say, okay, this is the backend API infra subagent. And so this subagent gave us these details here. Then here's hook turn 2, backend API plus data DB. This time it gave us this information here. Then we got on hook 2, it looks like here's another subagent on hook 2. Interesting. I don't know if it decided. I think something happened. It tried to run a git command or a K8's Kubernetes command, and it got blocked. And let's see if it's able to finish wrapping up here. Not sure what happened on turn 3 and turn 4. Let's see if it can. The blockers on K8 secrets require user approval. Okay, good. I think it's about to write more context to the log. Let's see. Interesting. That's the first time that ever happened. It tried to run a Kubernetes. Okay. Hook 2. Writing more context. Turn 4 logged and context updated. No closing time yet. Since infra changes still blocked on explicit permissions. No, let's see if it's smart enough to figure out. Wow, it's even trying to do some Prometheus stuff right now. Hey Winpo, so like my thing with ECS Fargate is I hear that serverless just costs you more money, right? If you're not in a situation where you have this extreme scale and you can't afford any downtime at all, no matter what, and you have this bursty service that gets very bursty and scales up and scales down, then in that case, yeah, I think auto scaling, and here's the subagents launching again on turn 5. Let's see if it should be able to complete. And we may stop it here if it doesn't wrap it up. Looks like they're pretty much, it tried to run some Kubernetes command in the terminal. It failed, and it got a little tripped up and didn't put the context in here for turn 3 and turn 4, which is kind of interesting. But let's see if it'll wrap itself up. But yeah, so I've heard serverless can be more expensive, and also I get kind of concerned, especially since I'm live streaming. If someone does some like DDoS operation, or if they're, and I know that the AWS Nginx and Elastic Load Balancing will handle a lot of this stuff before it even hits my services. But if someone was able to like send a ton of traffic to one of my services, I sometimes get scared about, is it going to auto scale and do this crazy auto scaling that I don't need to do. But yeah, so I'm still considering either ECS Fargate or AWS Spot instances. Yeah, so I'm running on AWS Elastic Kubernetes Service. Right now, it's actually deployed into the cloud on AWS EKS. Here's hook turn 5. So something happened on hook turn 3 and hook turn 4, but hook turn 5 just added data to the log. Let's see if it wraps it up. I want to see if this wraps it up. Because I don't want to burn too many more tokens here, guys. We just really for a demonstration, because I know that this might be the future. I don't know if it is or not. But the idea with this too is on every one of these iterations, I could be running a hook to also run like npm run dev or try to build each service, see if there's errors. If there's errors, we fix the error, right? And also give it tools. Yeah, it's some K8's permission thing. It's trying to run some K8's command, and that's interrupting my loop. I guess it's my... And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. It helps a lot. If it doesn't stop after this iteration, we're just going to stop it, and we're going to move on and finish preparing scheduled reports for migration. Also, what I'm going to do is while this runs, we can start using Codex to do this. So let's open up Ghosty, and let's clear. And let's clear this too. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna open up Codex. Let's update Codex. See, like right now, the agentic loop is doing a ton of stuff that it's all new, emergent kind of behavior that I didn't tell it to do, and it's doing interesting things. But I wouldn't want to deploy all of this stuff right now, for sure. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, okay, we are on a clone system of my production system. I need to prepare scheduled reports to move it to production. What I want you to do is go into my report service and go into my front end service and run git log. I want you to look back very far in the log and look for any commits that are related to scheduled reports. Then I want you to run git show on those commits and get an understanding of what we did to implement scheduled reports. If there are any new files that we added, I just want you to give me the file name and what that file does. If there are any existing files that we had to modify, I want you to give me the exact code blocks that I need to take and move over to production to migrate it. So tell me any new files that we created for scheduled reports. I want you to give me just the file name, and I'm going to go into GitHub and copy that file and move it over to production. On any files that we modified, any existing files that we modified, I want you to just give me the exact code blocks that I need to migrate over to production. Tell me which file and which line numbers match up with where that code block goes. It's about to close, too. I can kind of see it in the background. I don't know. Let's look. Hold on. Before we run that. Closing time. Look at that. So 7 loops. It ran 7 times, and it's about to close. Closing time confirmed. Boom. Look at that. Where did it write closed? Closing time. Okay, so at the very end, it writes a closing time in the log, and then we know that, okay, then the agent knows, all right, stop the loop, we finish the loop iterations, right? Which is badass. So what's really amazing about this is I could run open source models 24/7, right, in Cursor using this. Hey, Winpo, so, and this is interesting, Winpo, so, you know, before, and I started as a business guy. I'm not a classically trained engineer. I didn't go to school for computer science. So I really learned everything I know from working with a lot of engineers over the years as a business guy and managing them. And you know, so I've worked with less experienced guys that are just fresh out of college, still in college. And so, and I'm putting a lot of demand on them, right? And some of them love it, right? They love, nowhere else will you be able to go up and down the entire stack, right? And learn at such an accelerated level. And so really what happened is some of the secrets, for some services, the secrets are in the Docker file, but it's inside of a private repository. And then the Kubernetes environment is able to go get those secrets from the Docker image. I've migrated those on the production system. I've migrated almost all of those to Kubernetes secrets. So Kubernetes secrets inside of the Kubernetes environment. So then you never have these secrets in the Docker file, right? Because the problem with that is it goes up into version control, and now it's in your version control, and any engineer that comes to work with you sees a secret in the Docker file. But migrating all of that to Kubernetes secrets. But what's amazing, though, is if you're like a business guy, you don't know how to code, and there's tons of... So, and yeah, we definitely need to, that needs to be corrected. But now, you know, and this is what's incredible is if you're like a business guy, you're running a small business and you hire less experienced engineers, right? You could have secrets in your version control. You could have hard-coded secrets in your front end, right? You could have secrets that instead of using backend proxies, you could have secrets you could have secrets. You could have, if you don't use backend proxies and you build a mobile app with some secret in the header of an API call in your mobile app, and you don't use a backend proxy, someone could reverse engineer that or uncompile the bundle and find the key there, right? But it's crazy. But if you're a small businessman, and I'm talking like less than 5 million in revenue, and there's tons of businesses between 5 million and 50 million in revenue that are not with these like elite engineers that are in Silicon Valley, right? And so you can end up with secrets everywhere, right? And that's really what's been amazing for me with AI is, this really helped me learn, and I'm not pointing the finger at any engineer that put a secret, because number one, I was really pushing these guys. We're moving quickly. They're doing an incredible amount of stuff, right? They're helping me. They're setting up database. They're setting up front end. They're setting up back end. So it's too much scope, right, for any one person. They're just trying to get the app to work, and sometimes it is what it is. But sometimes, like, thinking about, oh, we need to put the secret and using Kubernetes secrets is like a afterthought, right? As long as we know at least that, because now I will say, if you put a secret in a Docker file and push it up to a public repo, I one time accidentally put like a AWS credential in a Docker file. I thought the repo was private. It was public. Thank goodness that AWS credential was scoped just to have access to S3, right? But what happened, which was fascinating, is that as soon as I pushed it, like, I went to bed that night, I woke up at like 2 a.m. I looked at my phone, and my phone said, I got a notification from AWS that there had been a security vulnerability or a key leaked or something. And I looked at the IP, and it was someone in Sweden had scanned my Docker file immediately and took the secret instantly. So, yeah. Time end bars are wild, yeah. Now I am using secrets, obviously, like Docker secrets, to pull down the Docker files from Docker Hub or the Docker images into the environment. But yeah, definitely need to tighten that up for sure. So cool. So let's actually so that was let's check Codex now. Let's go to Ghosty. Okay. Hold on. Let me grab this. Okay, now we're gonna paste this in here. Okay. See if we can. You should consider using vaults. Every cloud provider should offer Vault as a service. These vaults can be mounted using sealed secrets. Interesting. Hey, Winpo, thank you for that. I'm gonna look into that. 100%. Kubernetes secrets, yeah, I need to look into that, because honestly, since I've been live streaming, security has really been on my mind, right? I mean, I have middleware sitting in front of all the services that are exposed to the internet, but there's still a couple things I need to really tighten it up. But I really appreciate you giving me that advice. When the stream's over, I'm gonna go through the live chat and look into that. And guys, please like and subscribe and follow. It really helps push out the content to more people. It'd be really, really appreciated. And if you're interested in like how I got to where I'm at with vibe coding, you can go check out the other live streams. I also, if you're interested in like general high level AI discussion, you can go check out. I have some videos where I do some commentary on AI interviews with AI tech leaders that I think are meaningful. So you can check those out too. And if you're interested in the Discord, it's discord.bluecactus.ai. You know, I'd love to have anyone who's just interested in agentic AI, learning more about vibe coding. You know, I'd love to have you in that community. You know, and I don't just doesn't matter what your skill level is. I don't care if you don't know how to code at all. I don't care if you're like an expert level, right? We're happy to have everyone, and no question is a dumb question. You know, so if you don't understand how to log into Codex, or you don't know what a terminal is, you know, don't be bashful. You know, we have a lot of really smart people that are really helpful in the community, including myself. And you know, I wasn't born with this knowledge, right? So I understand that, you know, I learned from a lot of smart people over the years, and that's really why I want to kind of return the favor. And if you guys, I don't know if everyone in here has seen it yet, but really we've been working on a bunch of different products. So we have, or not a bunch of different, really two main projects we're working on. One of them is an agents business. So this is integrated with Twilio. This is a voice agent. We're using embeddings to do intent classification. The idea with this is a marketing qualified lead gets generated, and we'll make an outbound discovery call. And the idea with that is we keep it very simple. We reach out, we try to confirm that that person is interested. If they are interested, we try to check the sales rep, Google Calendar availability, and we pull in that availability and we try to book a demo. If we need to collect email or company name, we can send an SMS to extract that data. And the idea is try to do this intent classification and then hand it off eventually to a human, right? And this is going to be like a chat and a voice agent and an SMS agent, right? And the idea is you're going to load in your business documentation, and we're going to embed that documentation and use heuristics or rules, right? And help you set up your business workflows. It's really like a context awareness engine around your simple business workflows. So at the beginning of the stream, we actually tested this. I made a phone call to myself and demonstrated this. And so we're going to be combining this together with our, oh, wow, this is still running. Oh, man. Okay, so this is actually local transcription, right? So this is Liquid Glass, and this is going to be a sales and support co-pilot tool. So a sales or support rep will have this as a co-pilot while they're working. The reason why I'm interested in Liquid Glass is because of the multimodality, and these models are becoming very good at switching from one format to the other, right? So Liquid Glass allows us to take screenshots or pull in context from any modality, feed it to the model, run it against our business orchestration backend, and surface the right insights at the right time. So here you can actually see this is running a local C++ whisper model, a tiny whisper model, and it's running that locally, doing that transcription. And I'm going to stop that for now. But what we're going to do is we're going to integrate that support agent into our telematics video business, right? So we're going to use that business orchestration backend, and we're going to have a tab here that's going to say support, or also coaching. And we're gonna try to set up some workflows using our agent orchestration, and then customers can come in here and they can have like a chat interface, And really the idea is to expose MCP tools, right? So we're going to connect MCP, Model Context Protocol, to our database, and we're going to expose tools to our business orchestration, right? And so when customers are chatting, I could have a customer just chat, where is my vehicle? Or I need to, what's the most critical events in the last 3 months, right? And we'll be able to classify these intents, then use our MCP tools to fetch that data from the database, and then in a chat interface, kind of surface all the actionable data that our customers need without our customers having to like click on reports, click critical event report, go search for the day that the event happened, right, and do all of this manual clicking around the system. And so that's kind of the idea with the agent. Let's go back to Codex here. Let's see. And if you guys haven't seen this, I know there's some new people in chat, but this is the coaching platform. We vibe coded this. So we integrated open source models for object detection, depth estimation, and we're doing an analysis on events, post-analysis. So we have dash cameras in vehicles. Dash cameras detect events at the edge, and we get those events get detected at the edge. We ingest them into our system. We run a post-AI analysis on these events, and we're trying to build like a coaching platform or a safety protocol. Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's YOLO. Yeah, sir. And so my idea, Winpo, is to, like, you can see right now, YOLO is detecting like my seatbelt. My seatbelt is a handbag, and the pre-trained models don't have cigarette or other objects that are relevant to me, and so, yeah, I'm gonna be like trying to label and annotate a data set to train this model on. And that's one of the cool things that I actually want to do on this stream this year, is I'm kind of planning to do that and demonstrate that for you guys. And I have really big ideas with this. You know, I have really interesting ideas surrounding, you know, products that we can build to help be like, act like a panel of judges, or help build risk profiles for insurance companies when you get two autonomous vehicles that get into an accident, right? Helping them determine liability. But this is the object detection model. Then we have a 3D simulation of the events, right? So here we have a 3D simulation of the event, which is pretty cool. The idea with this is maybe taking those objects from the video, putting them into this 3D scene, and creating a full 3D reconstruction. And then we have a report that we build, right? So then we build a report, we detail the event snapshot, what the event was, speed, what objects were detected, and then we make observations and we build an action plan. And the cool thing about this, it's dynamic. It's not the same thing every time. It's different. Hey, personal efficiency. So these are different projects I'm working on. This is a telematics video business. So we have cameras and vehicles, and we detect the camera does edge events. So hard braking, quick acceleration, erratic lane departure, shock, severe shock, stuff like that. And so we also record like the GPS location of these different vehicles. This is 3JS. So we have mapping, we have geozones, right? We've got reporting to see anytime there's critical events. So we have a whole reporting system. On one of the last streams, we just fixed pagination. So we only pull 50 results at a time from the database to keep these reports quick. We have alerts, scheduled reports. We're actually working right now to migrate these scheduled reports to our production system. We have coaching. We have drivers. So we also do Face ID. So when drivers get into vehicles, we can detect who the driver is by taking a picture of their face. Yeah. So this one, I know there's versions of YOLO like Ultralytics that have the GPL 3.0. Um, and I know that one has GPL 3.0. Now, and I'm still deciding which one I'm going to use. This is not getting sold to production customers, but there's different YOLO. So at first I was using YOLO V4. I forget, it was YOLO V4. It had an MIT license on it, right? Ultralytics has a GPL 3.0. So if I do end up, I'm going to end up migrating. I'm still deciding. If I end up using Ultralytics, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to carve out this this video framework where I can take in video from any camera, ingest that video, and help detect objects, and then spit out an output, and then build that as like a framework that can be extendable, right? And my idea with that is I was going to maybe try to carve that out and open source that as a GPL 3.0. But what I'm concerned about is I need to, if I carve that out and open source that, which I'm really interested in doing that. And if I use Ultralytics, we're going to have to do that, right? But what we may want to do is carve that out. And then what I understand is if I have a network layer in between that GPL 3.0 service that doesn't have any of my, because I have some microservices that have to stay closed source, right? And so what I understand is if I have a GPL 3.0 service, I could open source, like just a service where anyone could take an MP4 video and upload it, and then take that MP4 and upload it from any camera, and I can help you detect these objects, and then give you the outputs, right? Now, what I understand is really what the proprietary data is if I bring my own proprietary data set that I use to train like an Ultralytics model, right? That's really my proprietary data, right? So I could open source like a framework around this GPL 3.0, and then open source that, and then have my other services that have to stay closed source in Kubernetes, kind of sitting behind a network layer, right? If that makes sense. Because what I'm concerned about is I really want to use, there's like Ultralytics has a great, I think, framework for training models, but like you said, it's GPL 3.0, and so I'm interested in doing open source, but I just need to make sure that it doesn't infect all other microservices, right? Where I have to open source the entire product. I don't know if that makes sense, Winpo, but yeah. So very, very interesting. There's one called YOLO NAS. Or which YOLO are you using, Winpo? I know there's YOLO-NAS, I believe. YOLO 11. And which one are you using now? The one you're using, does it have a MIT license? And what's crazy, Winpo, is actually one crazy thing about AI, Winpo, is that one day I was building this and I told the AI agent, I think, hey, I want to migrate from YOLO V4 to another open source YOLO model, right? And one thing about AI is that it'll just bring in a model that has a copyleft license, and it won't make you aware of that, right? And you'll assume, okay, it's open source, it has an MIT license. it's okay to use. Um, but you're really it's you it really you need to open source your entire system now, right? And so um and this product, actually, hold on, let me look. Whoa. And now how does that, like, yeah, WinPo, I definitely, I'd like, it was trained on the same data set as YOLO. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I mean, dude, I would use Ultralytics, but I have no idea what the licensing fee is, and I'm a very, very small business, right? And so I can't, I can't, that licensing fee could, like, could really hurt my bit, could really, it's probably, I have no idea what the licensing fee is, right? And I know that, I'm sure Ultralytics, they want you to integrate their technology, and they want you to commercialize it and earn money using it, so you can pay the licensing fee. So I'm sure they're maybe flexible and willing to work with you. But until I scale this up and get bigger, I think it'd probably be better to use like a something that has MIT license. Um, now, I am interested though in GPL 3.0. I've also was going to maybe open source this in GPL 3.0. This liquid glass. So still thinking through that. Hey, Winpo, really appreciate you being here, though. It's awesome that I have someone here that's working with YOLO. Um, so that's pretty cool. But for the longest time, I was using like an old version of YOLO V4, and it didn't have like a framework around it or anything. Just using YOLO V4. I'm going to. It's been a while since I worked on the coaching thing though, but I'm gonna re-review it. And if I see you on the next stream, I can go into more detail about what my plan is with that and how I'm going to move forward. But I'm definitely going to look into this vision transformer model from Hugging Face. Um, I'm doing that now. Wow. Thanks a lot for sending me that. Awesome. I'll bookmark that. Cool. Awesome. So let me come back. Let's just see what Codex says here. Let's go back. Where's my... Okay, there we go. Let's see. So... Why can't I close that terminal window? Okay. Okay, here we go. Backend code blocks to port. Schedule. Okay. Here's another code block. Okay. Okay. Here's another code block. Here's another code block to generate the CSV. This is cores. Here's middleware. Here's some test controller, S3 configuration. Front-end code blocks to port. Okay. I'm gonna say, okay, a couple things. So these scheduled reports are gonna need to run on a cron job. What open source tool can I use to do this? One open source tool I'm familiar with is Job Runner, but are there other available open source options to run these cron jobs in a Java service? Also, we're gonna need to create two new tables. We have the scheduled reports table and the scheduled reports runs table. Please give me the exact SQL queries I need to execute on the production database to create these new tables. Guys, I might put a little bit more, and I don't know how much longer, guys. I really need to get these scheduled, a couple things here. I'm pretty much going to get these scheduled reports set up. I need to migrate. I have customers asking for this right now. And I can kind of show you maybe what those look like. Let me reports. Yeah, so pretty much these scheduled reports, the way that it works is we send an email using SendGrid. We call the reports backend service. The reports backend service generates the report. Then we create a signed S3 URL, and we send you that CSV in an email. Now, these reports need to run on a schedule, but what I'm concerned about is if all of my customers have these reports scheduled, we can't execute them all at the same time. We need to kind of stagger them, is my understanding. And we have reports for all of the geofence report, idling, stop report. Okay, so here are these tables. So I have these tables set up, and I'll show anyone that's new here, I'll show you. I've got the scheduled report table set up where it's got the ID of the scheduled report, the name of the scheduled report, the report type, any parameters, so like what the threshold is for that report. And then I also have scheduled report runs. let's see what the table's called. Hold on. Okay, so then we have a table called scheduled reports runs, where we put every time the scheduled report executes, we put it into this table. Use batching. Okay. Are you handling the queries manually, or are you using migrations? Yeah, so I'm not using migrations yet, and I'm not what is that called where you don't ORM. Yeah, I'm not using an ORM right now, so I have the raw SQL, and I'm not using migrations. So yeah, I'm not using ORM. I've got the raw SQL, using prepared statements in raw SQL, and I'm not using any migration tools right now to handle the database migrations, unfortunately. So I'm literally gonna grab, and I need to set that up. But I'm pretty much gonna grab the queries and just execute them. Like I'll just grab this query and I'll log into my production database and just create this table. But I've seen other people using migrations, and they look awesome, honestly. And so, and I also heard ORM, ORMs, I'd rather use that probably than having the raw SQL inside of the application code. Yeah, so I'd want to abstract away that SQL if I could. But let's see what it says about the... Okay, so you got the court scheduler, job runner. Yeah, so like I'll show you an example of like these SQL queries. So like if I go to let's see. Where's my report service? Yeah, so like kind of here's like an example of one of my queries, but yeah, so I have the raw query. I have this raw query sitting in the application code, but it's worked okay for me so far. And I literally vibe coding it. On the last stream or the stream before, I forget, but I literally just set up pagination. So when I go back and I run a full month of data, and I generate this query, it's only querying 50 results at a time, and then I press this button here and it goes to go execute another 50. Then I press this button here, it goes to execute another 50. And so I was able to let's go to cursor. Where is it? I don't know if that's the query that does it actually, but yeah, but I was able to modify the query to handle that. Anyway, so back to, and I'm definitely going to look into batching. I'm not super familiar with batching yet, but I need to think about batching. And I need to think about which jobs are like background jobs that aren't in real time, right? And like you said, batch together any jobs that are background that don't need to be real time. Have those running as like batched background jobs or something. I just want you all to know, how dare you. So, okay, so here we go. Court scheduler, job runner, Shedlock, sundial, open job. Just gonna say, what open source framework do you recommend? I want to make sure that it has an MIT license. And also, I want you to help me understand batching. Do these open source frameworks use batching behind the hood, or how does this work? I'm concerned about all the scheduled reports running at the same exact time and causing some system load. Okay. License to like courts, Apache 2.0. And this is a huge, I actually made a video on my YouTube about open source licenses. It's just a VOD that I created. But I mean, honestly, I made that VOD, my video on the YouTube channel about open source licenses, actually after I asked the AI model to migrate me from YOLO v4 to a new open source YOLO model. And it did, right? But it didn't really tell me, hey, what was the model license, right? And what was and okay, like you said, was it a copyleft license? Is it an MIT license? And so that's why I made that video, because I do think there needs to be some discussion around, because you're going to have tons of vibe coding people, right, that are going to go pull in GPL 3.0 and not even know what it means, right? They're going to build platforms, and I guess maybe if they scale and those platforms blow up, then then they can, then whoever released that GPL 3.0 technology, they can settle it however they settle it. But I definitely see that as it's very interesting. Sometimes I know some people think open source is like dead, right? Like you see a lot of these open source guys like getting involved in these shit coins to try to get some funding, right? Because with AI, they don't have like real users visiting their documentation. I don't know. I've heard stuff about Tailwind and other open source companies that are really struggling right now because their business model was really around people using the open source and then visiting their documentation and then maybe buying some sort of service from them. But I know there's kind of one camp that thinks open source is kind of done, and then part of me thinks, now that, I mean, essentially all the open source code in the world is baked in to these model weights already, right? That's my understanding. So and who knows what kind of data got scraped into these models. And I assume tons of open source code that has GPL 3.0 is inside the mod, that data is baked into the model weights. And so I guess, what does that mean? Does that mean that since code is not the barrier to entry anymore, is there going to be more open source, right? Is it more, does it make sense maybe to try to open source more parts of your code base, right? I don't know. I'm still thinking through that. Okay, so let's look. License for the option you listed. I think Apache 2.0 is fine. Okay, very concisely explain the Apache 2.0 license. It's funny, I made the video, but I already forgot the exact details of Apache 2.0. Okay, it's very permissive, right? But you do need to keep the copyright notice in your source and binary. Okay, got it. I think that's okay. It's permissive. Now, what's interesting about this GPL 3.0, from what I understand too, and I need to think through that, but is it like some GPL 3.0s I've seen, they'll let you use it, you'll let you use it in a commercialized SaaS as long as you're not shipping a binary. And I don't know, I could be wrong about this, but then I saw some other GPL 3.0 license that said, you know, if you're, that you need to open source only if you distribute it as a binary. But I don't know. I don't know if they're all similar, or if they're different. Okay. So I think that's okay. How to avoid the thundering herd. I like the way it put that. Set a small schedule thread pool. Or job runner background service. Add jitter and stagger. Offset cron expressions across tenants. So which recommendation? Use courts. Okay. So same job never overlaps. Wow, they have all these annotations Quartz does. That's pretty badass. It's amazing. I mean, some of these frameworks where they abstract away this stuff for you is just incredible. So the same job key never overlaps. Okay. Job run policies and courts choose. Hey, data personal efficiency, I kind of missed your message, but not all of it's vibe coded. But if you're interested in what is vibe coded, I've been vibe coding on all of my previous live streams. So you can go check those out. And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe. It helps push the content out to more people. So let's see. Okay, what would the approach be to implement courts with the jitter and the stagger and set it up to avoid the thundering herd? Be very concise. Sometimes I say assume the identity of a principal engineer at Google, but I'll save it for now. Okay, what services would we need to modify? I want you to run git status in the services that we would need to modify. Okay, I need to go. Oh, guys, before, I don't know if anyone saw, but I ran an agentic loop using hooks. It ran 10 times. And on each loop iteration, it writes data to a log file. And I don't know, some of you guys who are in the stream now may not have seen that. But I have a log file here, and every time the hook runs, I spin up subagents for different subagents on each iteration loop. And I did this because you hear a lot about GSD or Ralph loop. And so I used a hook to look for the signal when the chat session is done. And then it uses a bash script to start another loop iteration and launch new subagents. And so so this is the agentic loop. But during this agentic loop, we made a ton of changes that I'm about to undo. But pretty much it goes through all these loops. And then at the very end, we write closing in one of the log files. And then we have another hook that helps us stop the loop. So it's pretty cool. And what I found is that GPT 5.2 Codex Extra High is the best at running long agentic loop, long running tasks. I still find this to be, it burns a ton of tokens, and it has like this emergent behavior where sometimes it does things that you want it to do, sometimes it does things that you don't want it to do. One thing I'm really, really interested in is maybe running these agentic loops 24/7 with local open source models that you could run 24/7. But yeah, we did this on stream. It was pretty cool, but I'm going to go ahead and undo all these changes. I just did it for demonstration. If you guys are interested, so now let me run git status again. It should be a working tree. Run git status again. Oh, I didn't paste the full Discord link. Hold on. Copy that. Okay. Hold on. Interesting. This is one of these agentic loops I must have ran testing yesterday. Hold on. Let's see if there's any. Okay, here we go. It's only the after hours log. Let me see. I'm gonna ask it to run a git diff on all of these files that have changes. Interesting. So we did, I'm trying to think, did Codex didn't make these changes yet? Let me see what my head is in GitHub. And guys, I may end the stream today. I really need to get this scheduled reports pushed to production. I was testing these agentic loops, and I must have. And it's okay. I can just restore these files. Like here's a bunch of files that. Why don't I have an undo option? I'll probably just restore all these files and then start again. Because we didn't commit or push any of them. Okay, so all of these changes are related to scheduled reports, correct? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And we have not commit any of these changes, and these aren't tracked, right? What's our last commit in this branch? Or what's the head commit? Unit tests? Yeah, so I have, and I don't know if you consider it a unit test, but I'm using GitHub Actions, obviously, to just build. And then, yeah, so that's what I'm going to add to a hook. I'm going to add, like, to the hook, maybe, to, if I'm doing any, I mean, yesterday I was building this agentic loop. And so I think I just opened a ton of chats where I'm like, I was running this agentic loop. And one of these chats, I made changes to files and didn't click undo. But right now I have a hook that, if I look at my hooks, let's see. Yeah, so I have a before submit prompt hook that runs this bash script. I have this blocks any commits to main. And this is the hook that keeps the iteration loop running. And so these hooks are firing, but what I need to do, what I was going to do is add like a testing hook, right? So here's hooks, and these hooks are firing. But I was considering adding like a hook to do testing. Let me just go to report service, and I'm using the Codex PR review and also BugBot from Cursor, but not any, I guess, traditional, what you'd consider maybe a traditional unit test. Really, what's and right now I don't have a mono repo either. I have a multi repo setup, but I'm using Git submodules so I can use Cursor work trees when I want to run multiple agents at the same time. But let me see. Okay, let's just go back to the last commit. Let's open up Ghosty. Say. Okay, let's roll back to the last head. We can remove all of these changes. Okay, now we're gonna run git status. Hopefully I didn't just... No, that's only... This is in my main directory. I don't even know what was in the reports.cursor. As long as we didn't remove that, good. You just triple check that's still there. Let's go to terminal. Let's go to... just ls. Okay, cursor's still there. Good. Good. I've got my agent still. Okay, let's go to Ghosty. Okay, run git status again. This is a little confusing. Okay. Okay, check out to a new branch in reports with an appropriate name. We're going to implement courts. JUnit test to your services. Awesome. I will. We don't need to push the branch yet. Let's just check out to a new branch, and then we'll proceed with our changes. Oh, hold on. Well, actually, first, hold on. Before we do this, actually check out back to main and pull from origin. I want to make sure we have the latest head pulled down from the remote origin before we check out to this new branch. Okay. Pulled latest from main. Hold on. Try to check out to main again and do git pull origin with full permissions. Okay, good. Now we're going to check out to the new branch. Okay. Okay, now let's check out to the new branch. Okay, good. And now this branch is on the same head as the main branch, right? Just want to confirm. Nice. Good. Okay. Okay, great. Let's proceed with the changes or implementation of courts to help run these jobs on a schedule. Be very delicate and precise. This is a production system. Assume the identity of a principal Google engineer. Keep this as simple as possible. Before you make changes, first explain to me exactly what you are going to do in a very concise way. Do not make changes. We are just brainstorming now. And hey, if anyone's new here, guys, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe. It does help push this content out to more people. I really have a goal of trying to just build a community of people that are interested in AI, interested in vibe coding, anyone that's maybe has like a entry level white collar job and they're concerned about job security. Anyone that's trying to vibe code businesses, anyone that's trying to like launch tons of businesses and vibe coding them, and then trying to determine or get feedback from the market and iterate quickly. People that are interested in just high level AI discussion. I do some on YouTube. I have some commentary on different AI interviews that I find meaningful. And so I like to give my commentary on those. I also have a YouTube VOD that I did on how I built the agentic loop in Cursor. So if you guys are interested in any of that stuff, feel free. You can join the community. No question is a dumb question. I don't discriminate on skill level. I wasn't born with this knowledge. I started as a sales guy. I built a business. I worked with a lot of interns, capstone projects with local colleges, more experienced engineers, less experienced engineers. And so I wasn't born with this knowledge is what I'm trying to say. So I don't, if you don't know, if you don't even know what a terminal is, if you don't know how to log into Codex, doesn't matter to me. Or you don't even know what vibe coding is, doesn't matter. But as long as you're interested, and you want to learn, that's all I really care about. Add courts via Spring Boot Starter. Configure a small thread pool. So, we're getting into the thread pool here, which is okay. Create it. And is this a CPU bound? Okay, is this going to be a CPU bound task, or is it a memory bound task? Yeah, we did. Chat on. I'm good, man. How are you? Just trying to get these scheduled reports up, getting these scheduled reports ready for migration to production. I also built like an agentic loop. And I demoed this earlier in the stream. I demoed this new front end, this voice agent front end. I made a phone call live on stream. I demoed the liquid glass stuff. I think you might have seen that on the last app. Kind of talked about what I'm going to do with this product. And really the first vertical that I'm going to be focusing on is the fleet management vertical. So I'm going to use the agents that we're building, and I'm going to integrate a support agent and also a coaching agent into the telematics video product. And then so we're going to build out that agents business. And really the first vertical that we're going to think about and try to build that agent for one vertical is going to be the fleet management vertical. So that should be pretty fun. Right now, we're just working on scheduled reports. So I have customers right now that run these GeoZone reports every single day to see when their drivers leave the yard. And so I need a way for, I need to be able to run these reports on a schedule. So instead of my customers having to come in and run that report manually every single day, I need to just send them a CSV file or a PDF, boom, in their email. So we're kind of working through, we got to use cron jobs to help schedule these and kind of use some staggering or some jitter to space them apart. So that's kind of what we're working on right now. Cool. So let's see. Scheduling itself is trivial. And WinPoo. So this is also things that I'm thinking about now, and I never even, honestly, before there was a time where I wouldn't have thought about this at all, but now I'm thinking like, okay, what services are CPU bound? Do they need to be blocking, right? What services are memory bound? Do they need to be asynchronous non-blocking, right? And then what's the right language to use in each scenario? Is kind of like, and with the LLM, it's incredible because like before, if I had a node service, and I don't have a lot of CPU bound services, right? I think that some of this YOLO stuff is CPU bound though. And so that's where I need to kind of think through that. Yeah, so I really haven't played this character a ton. So I played old school RuneScape as a kid. Kind of the first games I ever played were like old school RuneScape and then Halo. like Halo and Halo 2. So, my friend got me back into old school RuneScape. But anyways, right now I've got 69 wood cutting. I'm a pure, so I'm doing 1 defense. I've got 40 attack, 32 strength. I'm still trying to kind of decide what my path is. I've got 33 magic. I'm like grinding the Guardians of the Rift mini game right now, trying to get runes. And then I was gonna keep training magic. Winpo. I mean, right now, Winpo, I'm not running that. I'm not running it on a GPU server right now, which I know is crazy, but I'm running it. I'm not using like any CUDA type of framework. I've got it literally running on a CPU right now, just only because the GPU servers are kind of pricey. Now, I once I scale, if it scales up, and more customers start using it, my understanding is I'm gonna have to get a GPU server and have that running on the GPU. But what I do is I have like one of these, I think it's like a quantized, I gotta look, it's been a while since I worked on it, but I believe it's a quantized, like tiny version of the model that I'm running on CPU, which I know is kind of crazy. The idea, though, is once I continue building out the service, either I don't know. I got to think about that. I'm probably going to end up using GPU servers. I assume, Winpo, that you're using GPU servers, or you have your own GPU cluster that you're running locally. I don't have. I have RAM. Interesting. Huh. You're teaching me a lot, Winpo. Thank you. And this is why I started live streaming. Honestly, it's just to meet smart people. And so I need to think through that. I thought that service like kind of it was like a blocking service where I needed to run on the CPU, and it was like a blocking operation. But again, I mean, if I can run it using RAM, that would be interesting. I have RTX 6000 for AA stuff. Bought it last week. Oh, wow. Interesting. Scheduling itself is trivial. Neither CPU nor memory heavy. Running the ports is mostly I/O bound. Okay. So, like, that's what I'm trying to understand is, like, for I/O bound, like, I know that, like, Node is anything that's I/O memory bound. Node is good. As you upload email, post, CPU load is light. Memory stays modest. The main risk is I/O contention, not CPU or RAM saturation. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, great. And help me understand the Java thread pool. Are those Java threads blocking or non-blocking? I'm really just curious. Be concise. Hey, Daylight. Yeah, so, and I know, guys, I know some people that have been here for a while. I've explained through this a lot. But really a couple different projects, Daylight. So I've got an agents business. So this is me. I'm trying to build like a context awareness engine around simple business workflows. So I have this voice agent set up in with Twilio, so I can make outbound calls. The idea is that it's a voice agent, going to be an SMS and a chat agent. I'm using like the idea is to embed customer knowledge. And then try to classify intents, right? So as the conversation flow moves forward, we're running that against our business orchestration and trying to do intent classification. Um, and so the idea with this is like you'll generate a marketing qualified lead from pay per click, and we'll immediately make an outbound call, do a short discovery call with a customer just to confirm that they're actually interested in the product. Like they submitted a form online, we make the outbound call, confirm they're really interested, check the sales rep's calendar availability, confirm that, extract any information like the customer's name or their email, and then book that and hand it off to a human. So we got the agents business. I demoed this earlier in the stream. Then we have our liquid glass, right? So this is our liquid glass sales and support co-pilot. Hey, Winpo. So I was going to use for that service. So a couple things. So I have right now for Postgres, I'm doing a lot of geospatial calculation, and I'm using an extension called PostGIS. But my understanding was also Postgres has an extension for vector storage. I was also going to like look into like LangChain and some of those other open source services to see how they handle vector storage. Or if there's a different storage. Right now I use Redis for keys and values. Anything that's real time, like when I'm sending these alerts, all the real time stuff is using Redis as much as we can. I'm doing geospatial calculations in Postgres. And that's kind of how, and then Apache Kafka to distribute the data to different topics. Yeah, on the vector storage, I'm still thinking through that now. This is still in the very, I'm going to call this like alpha. Really, that voice agent, I made it a while ago. I tried to do the chained architecture. I tried to get it as fast as I could, and there was still just too much latency. It felt like a robot. So I kind of put that on that project to the side for a bit. But now, with like Opus 4.5 and these models are getting really smart, I thought, hey, I'm going to try and migrate the voice layer to the OpenAI real time, and try to just see if I can improve the speed. Nice. Yeah, Postgres. I'm glad I'm on Postgres. Really one of the coolest services and one of the hardest services that I personally ever was involved in building was this geofence service, just because I learned a lot about like building a service in Node that was able to handle a high volume of data. And I learned a lot about like using asynchronous non-blocking operations to keep the event loop available, and then using promises to keep that data in sequential order. So for geofencing, I have hundreds of devices, and I'm a small business, so I'm not like at massive scale. So hey, I'm new to this vibe putting stuff in as a CSE who likes to learn new language and new tech. The AI sometimes makes me a bit sick, but I don't know how to deal with it. Yeah, Kafka might be overkill. Yeah, it definitely probably is overkill, to be honest. And actually, it uses a lot of resources, right? So yeah, I mean, this is like my Kafka setup, and I'm telling you, Winpo. So I'm again, I started as a business guy. One thing that's happened to me over the years is that let me just come back to Ghosty. One thing that happened to me over the years is that, I have a lot of I have interns that come work with me, or less experienced developers, and they learn lots of stuff. We have a great time together, but sometimes they move on to bigger, they move on to bigger and better things, right? And that's simply because I'm such a small business. It's hard for me to compete with like the wages that Robinhood, Capital One, Palantir are able to give engineers, right? And so what's happened to me through the years is I worked with tons of smart people, and we set up technology, but eventually, right, it's hard to keep these interns around for an extended period of time, obviously. And sometimes I try to hire them. But it's very hard for me to compete with that wage, right, and stay competitive. Um, and so what has happened is that, like I had one really smart guy I was working with. He helped me set up. I went from EC2 monolith to Kubernetes, Apache Kafka, Redis. And what happened is like it was great. Everything's working great. And I didn't even understand. Now I understand the power of Kubernetes, where I'm able to, when the pods go down, I'm able to look at the description of the pod, look at the events that happened. But anyways, the first time I had to do the Kubernetes upgrade, um, this should be way cheaper. Interesting. So I am running Apache Kafka self-managed at the cluster, but I know it's using a resource. Exactly. So now I do need replay WinPo though. And honestly, I haven't even integrated it, but like one thing that's nice for me, I think with Kafka, and I don't know if the queue service has I don't know if the queue service has replay, right? So like if one of my services goes down, um is there a retention log where I retain some of that data and then I can replay that and spit that back out um to my database. I'm also using Zookeeper, right? So it's keeping these pods, and I think I might have already shown this, but so pretty much this is the system. So I've got let me see. Yeah, so this is the Kafka stateful set. And I'm using Strimzy as an open source tool to manage Kafka. And then here's the Redis stateful set. And so, anyways, I'll just tell a funny story. Not, I mean, it wasn't funny at the time, but pretty much the first time I upgraded Kubernetes, what happened is Redis, the Redis stateful set pods have to be in the same region as the elastic block storage persistent volumes, right? And what happened was when I was restarting Kubernetes, um, Kubernetes will, and these are my different node groups. So what happened is Kubernetes, when they go to install the new K8's image on the node, they'll reboot your node, but they don't guarantee that it'll be in the same region, right? So Apache Kafka Strimzy has some tools to make sure that the pods are able to access the persistent volume or that they're in the same region. But dude, when I first upgraded Kubernetes, it pretty much put the node in a different region than my pod, than my elastic block persistent volume for the Redis pod. And dude, the Redis pods just wouldn't schedule. And this is before LLM was here. And so pretty much all I had to do was in the manifest or in the YAML, make sure that the pods always kind of launch in the right region, right? And so they always are able to launch in the right region, to make sure that Redis stateful set always can connect to the persistent volume. Now, what I learned through this process is Redis is not horizontally scalable because of this problem, and that's my understanding. Or maybe you could have different Redis stateful sets in different regions. But my understanding though is Redis, even though it's maybe not horizontally scalable, or I can't scale it across all the regions, I could vertically scale it and just keep making the node group bigger and bigger and bigger in that region. Um, and so like one thing I'm thinking about actually is I have like a service that as the GPS data scales, um, I need to like think through some of these things of like, hey, what is vertically scalable, what's horizontally scalable. And I'm not that big yet, but if I closed a few large customers, I may need to start thinking about this quickly. We have a lot of smaller companies now, and it's interesting. It kind of doesn't grow in like some customers drive more than others. So, yeah, anyways, I haven't really had to deeply think about it yet, but that's kind of my experience in Kubernetes. But, Kubernetes, now that I understand Kubernetes and now that I'm able to use the agents to help me manage Kubernetes, Kubernetes is pretty cool, actually. And so like this is one of my listener services, and I use replicas for the listener service, and Nginx is the load balancer. And that's kind of how the system's working. So let me get that music stopped. 1 second. So, okay, let's go back to a codex. Okay, their normal OS, and this stuff's fascinating to me, actually, like what's blocking, what's not blocking. Okay, they're normal OS-backed Java threads. Okay, so I guess every time Java spins up a thread, it's like a one-to-one mapping with the operating system thread, right? Where, like, one thing I understand about Go is even if you accidentally wrote some blocking operation in Go, it won't actually block the operating system thread. It blocks in the runtime, but it doesn't block in the it blocks in the runtime, but it doesn't block at the operating system level. But my understanding is that's not how Java works. They're normal OS-backed Java threads. A court spring thread pool hands a worker thread to a job. If your job does blocking work, DB calls S3 upload HTTP, that worker stays blocked until it finishes. So that's my understanding of how Java can get heavy. Maybe is like if you have a bunch of blocking calls and you're waiting for those responses to come back, or let's say the responses never come back, those threads just kind of sit there blocking, right? And that can use memory or whatever, that uses load, right? That worker stays blocked until it finishes. There's no automatic non-blocking magic. Non-blocking only happens. There's no automatic non-blocking magic. Non-blocking only happens if you write the job to use async IO and free the thread. So the size pool for blocking or offload heavy IO to async other executors. I'm gonna say, okay, so review the scheduled report service again. I want you to help me understand what methods or what operations in the service are blocking. So I know that like we push files up to S3, right? So that's a blocking operation. And what parts of the service are non-blocking, and how are we going to handle this? Be very, very concise. I'm concerned about spinning up threads in Java and those requests taking a while to come back and those threads sitting there blocking. I know that Java can probably handle this. Green threads managed by the Go runtime. Yeah. Got you. And thanks, Winpo. It's incredible. Like this AI did change my life, really, in terms of just the acceleration of learning. Okay. Blocking in the scheduled report pipeline, current code. DB reads, stop idling geozone services, run synchronous. Okay. Blocks worker thread. Got it. CSV gen writes rows to a temp file with standard IO blocking. Still blocks briefly. Wow, I have a lot of synchronous blocking stuff in this service. Okay, so only 2 to 3 threads. I guess if you spun up too many threads and they're all blocking, it can get bloated, maybe quick. Make jobs disallow to avoid overlap. Add jitter. Now, I always get confused when this blocking, it's blocking threads, but operating system threads are using RAM or CPU, right? Or I still try to get a little confused about that. Okay, so for these blocking synchronous operations that we do in this service, is that using RAM or is it using CPU? Help me understand. I guess I get a little confused about the operating system thread, and whether it's using CPU or memory. Tie up a worker thread and its memory handles, not CPU. Got you. CPU's used only during active work. Got you. Okay, so we don't have... So when exactly will we be using CPU in this service? So what happens too is like the node, because it's... And I don't know, I'm still thinking through all this stuff, but node... I have like servers where I have a lot of CPU that I'm not using, I think. Parsing? While work is active, not while waiting on IO. Got you. That means... Gotcha. Okay, so walk me through it again in a very concise way. Each item and how it works, when it spins up the thread, when the CPU does work, and if it's synchronous blocking or IO. Yeah, good question, Chad. One thing I would maybe do is use deep research in OpenAI, or you can start looking into, just get a lay of the land, get an understanding of the market or the vertical, right? Understand who the competitors are, and then start thinking through, how can I position myself as either either maybe a complementary service, or if you're going to directly compete against a service, and then just think through, you can do some mystery shopping maybe and understand, okay, how are they pricing their product? What are they offering? How are they pricing it? I would keep it simple, right? I think getting a prototype out there as quickly as you can and trying to get some feedback so you can start iterating quickly is the best thing to do. Try to, and I don't know what the vertical is, but even if you could just reach out to whoever your end customers might be and just try to get some business requirements from them. I know that's sometimes hard depending on which vertical you're going after. But you can burn a lot of time building features that aren't actually in demand, right? So kind of building some sort of user story, or trying to kind of understand the user business requirements. And then think about, okay, how can I like fit my product to these demands in the market? And then start simple. Like I would don't go feature crazy. Try to build a few, just to keep it simple, and try to get it out there and iterate quickly. I'm my brain's not firing on all cylinders right now. I got to think about that a bit more, and then I can help you. Another thing, like, I'm trying to think. So, like, one thing with SEO, I've had a lot of success with backlinks. And you're probably not even thinking about SEO right now. I guess you're building the tech now, right? Yeah, start with a simple MVP, as simple as you can get it, and try to get some feedback from anyone who's willing to listen to you in that vertical or in that market. And one thing I've found is, like, even in my business, it is easy to, like in my business, there's competitors like Samsara or massive companies that have huge venture capital funding, and they're really like going after every vertical, right? And they have the resources to build out their platform and build features for all verticals and all customers. But I would try to kind of focus on one market, one vertical, one target customer, and then, like Winpo said, try to even before you start building, maybe just, and it's gonna be kind of weird, but reach out to some of these people, go visit them, and just say, hey, I just want to understand. I'm building software in your business, and some of these guys won't want to talk to you, right? They won't want to help you, but some of them may be interested. But you could just say, hey, I'm trying to build tools for your industry. I just want to learn a little bit about your business. Can you help me understand, like, what if it, what you need, what you don't need, what the demands are. Also, you could go to and you can spend a lot of money going to conferences, but also going to conferences, seeing what's in the market already, see what's available today. And then think about your go-to-market strategy. So you've got, direct to consumer. You've got trying to distribute your technology or distribute your product through partners of resellers or a channel. And kind of think through that. That wasn't a great answer. There's more I want to say, but it's not coming to mind right now. But yeah, build an MVP is probably the bet. An MVP just means a minimum viable product. Something that you can, like, you're better off building one feature that has some demand that you can start selling immediately. Versus building, without really, because you're going to learn a ton from trying to sell something, right? Or trying to get something into the market, and you'll learn quickly, which what the market wants, right? And so the biggest trap, I think, is building and building and building and not trying to go sell. Like, even me with this agents business, I'm going to try and get this MVP done, and I'm going to start networking locally and trying to talk to small businesses around my area about this product as soon as I can, right? As soon as I have something. And from what I understand, that's kind of the Silicon Valley model, is build something quick, get it into the market, get requirements, iterate fast, and just do that on a loop, right? And that's one of the beautiful things about vibe coding, is it helps you get these prototypes out quick, and test them, right? Try to sell them, and then get that feedback from the market quickly. Yeah, cool. And chat on. I'm gonna think more about that. Now I'm doing live streams on how to build B2B enterprise apps. So I'm gonna think about that question more. I have lots of like marketing and SEO and like business kind of stuff I could help explain, but since you're at the very early stages, again, most important part is just getting something working that has there's a real need or a real business requirement for it in the market. And I would use OpenAI Deep Research. OpenAI Deep Research, I don't know if you have an OpenAI plan. I'm sure Claude can do it too, but running that deep research, like even for me, we ran some deep research to help us build commission plans for our sales reps. the right amount of base salary versus commission, and also understanding who the players are in the market. How do they have their product priced? What's their go-to-market, right? Do they have direct sales reps? Do they have channels of resellers? Building channels of resellers is very hard to do. But like even me, this product, I've considered white labeling it. So you can also build like a SaaS business. Like for me, this telematics video business, I could white label this and build a channel of resellers or partners, right? Where they can stand up their own business and they can put their logo on my software and then go start selling and go build a business with their own brand, right? So that's another approach, is building software and then building a channel and then getting it set up in this white label, private label way where other people can build businesses on top of your software. But then you kind of have the direct to customer model too, right? Where you build a business and then you kind of use direct sales reps, or you're the direct sales rep in a small business, but you sell directly into the customer. And it just depends. But once you find out, once you find out what you're building, tell me more about what you're building in the Discord too, and I'll be happy to think about that more. Just throw your ideas in the Discord, and I love it, dude. I'll think about it all day long. Okay, life cycle. Worker thread. Okay, job starts on Quartz worker thread. Interesting. So when the job starts, it's using a little CPU. Then the DB fetch, blocking IO. Gotcha. CPUs only to parse results. Interesting. Okay. Now, what I'm curious is, does this... So when this is blocking, is the entire service blocked, or is this just a single thread that's blocking? I know that the one worker thread on other threads, and this is why Java is pretty cool, I guess. Okay, if your schedule pool is small, that blocking job temporarily occupies one of those threads. Okay, gotcha. So then we got this, which is CPUs only to parse results, CSV build. They're blocking IO. Okay. CPU plus minimal IO. We're gonna have small CPU. Interesting. So we do have a lot of blocking operations that spin up threads. Now, does Java close down these threads once it gets the returned request? No. Pool threads stay live and get reused after the job finishes the work. Okay, so that's going to be a pool. Yeah, I meant like the DB fetch or the CSV build or the S3 upload. I understand, I guess, that the thread pool that we're going to create for the jobs will stay open. But how about these other operations? I assume Java spins up a thread blocking, and when the request gets returned, it clears that thread. Cool. Cool, man. Okay, so do we have a thread pool right now in the existing service? And one thing I'd recommend too is some of the stuff I'm doing right now, thinking about like which language to use, how to scale it, how threads work, blocking versus non-blocking. I wouldn't think about any of this right now. I would just get something that you can demo. That's the most important part. And minimal viable product that you can do a demo and show it to somebody, and then try to show it to someone as fast as you can. Gotcha. There's no... Tomcat. Wow, man, I used Tomcat web servers back in the day, but no background job pool yet. Okay, so since we don't have a pool yet, I guess all the other operations that we just discussed, JDBC fetch, CSV build, S3 upload, how do the threads work in that scenario? I guess I'm probably asking questions that don't make sense. Runs on the web service request thread. On that same blocks during this, the thread is held until the response. After completion, the thread returns to the servlet pool. Interesting. Okay, how many threads are in the servlet pool? It's probably like a default servlet pool, I guess. It's Spring Boot. I'm assuming Spring Boot manages some default servlet pool. Hey, Operator Protocol, how are you? Two 200 default threads. Interesting. So I feel like in Java, if you didn't know, if you didn't know what you were doing, and I've had a service in the past that kind of was doing this, but if you didn't know what you're doing, you could maybe use all 200 of these threads with blocking operations, and maybe those threads are kind of just hanging around, sitting around, and that uses overhead, right? Interesting. Okay. So I'm just going to have it, I'm going to let it go ahead and, okay, go ahead and proceed with implementing courts. I want you to review all of our different operations, and now that we understand which ones are blocking or non-blocking or synchronous I/O versus CPU work, I want you to review the code, make sure we have the methods are correct to handle this type of operation, and go ahead and proceed with implementing courts. When you're done, explain to me what you did and tell me how it will work. Be very concise. Assume the identity of a principal Google engineer. It's been a learning journey. So I started as a business guy. So I was a reseller or a distributor for different companies in this business. And this is the telematics fleet management business. So I've been involved as a partner with companies like Qualcomm, they've built products in this business. So started off as like a reseller distributor, ended up, building like a large customer base selling, right? So not selling software, or selling another company's software and hardware as a reseller, built like a core group of customers. Started bringing in more and more products into the portfolio. We're not exclusive to any one customer. And then after learning more and more about the business, right? Eventually I saw an opportunity where, there was so we have dash cameras in vehicles, and back in the day, you used to have to take for GPS tracking, you'd need like an OBD2 tracker on a pigtail, or like a GPS tracker that's wired in. Plus, you'd need a dash camera if you wanted video and GPS. But I saw an opportunity in the market where telematics video was coming out, where the camera was also doing GPS. And so that's when I saw an opportunity to build out a platform, right? And that's when I started working with the local colleges, capstone projects, interns, hiring engineers. And really, I learned by sitting there with the engineers, working with them every day, and slowly kind of taught myself, just watching what they're doing, working together with them. And then since the LLM has come around, it really accelerated my learning by like 10x. But like, this is something that I vibe coded. And so I have a lot of systems knowledge because I've deployed stuff to production and then sold it. And so I've had to work with systems to keeping systems stable, getting Kubernetes working, getting databases working, setting up indexes, been through scenarios where the app's crashing, the reports aren't working right, all types of challenges that I've been through along the way. And that's kind of what gave me like this full stack systems knowledge. But anyways, this is, we have dash cameras in vehicles. They record events at the edge. So stuff like hard brake, quick acceleration, erratic lane departure, shock, severe shock. Then we do AI at the edge. So driver state monitoring, we call it. So stuff like fatigue, distraction, cigarette, seatbelt, right? And so we record these events at the edge. We take them into our system, and we're doing this object detection and depth estimation, trying to make a determination of, is this a false positive? Is it a real event? How risky is the event? Do we need to take disciplinary action on the driver? Did the driver do a good job? And we need to give positive reinforcement to the driver. And then what we do is we build a event reconstruction. So this is using a 3D simulation and an event reconstruction moving at a relative speed using Three.js. And guys, if you're new here, please follow, like, and subscribe. It helps push the content out to more people. And then we got the report. So we describe, okay, this is a DSM distraction event. What objects did we detect in the scene? We're coming up with an action plan for the driver and the driver coach. So really, this is a product for anybody that has a fleet of vehicles, that's concerned about safety, right? Or just optimizing the business or their carbon footprint, right? And so really the idea with this is that we can distribute learning content to drivers in real time. So we can try to look at the pattern of driving behavior and make predictions, right? But also, and this business has always been very reactive and not proactive, right? So events happen, then we kind of go into reactive mode, coach the driver, and try to prevent it for next time. But now with these new kind of agentic systems, we can start looking at the pattern of behavior, start distributing learning content in real time to try to prevent events or identify really risky drivers. Or it's not just about like patting the bad drivers on the head and saying bad job too, right? It's also about good drivers, reinforcing them for their good driving behavior and rewarding them for their good driving behavior. So we have this product, and this is doing a lot, and we vibe coded a lot of this. We also have driver ID, right? So anytime I get into my vehicle, it takes a picture of my face and tries to do driver ID. And driver ID is important because if you want to build a safety program, knowing who the driver is and being able to distribute that learning content to the driver is important, right? And then we also have the agents business, right? So we demoed this at the very beginning of the stream. So we have an agents business. The idea with this, and real quick before I go off this, my big idea with this is in the future when we have autonomous vehicles and two autonomous vehicles get into an accident, it's really going to be interesting to understand, well, who's liable, right? when you get two vehicles without drivers get into an accident, who's liable? And what I've been thinking is, I don't know if you want like a closed model with closed weights making a determination on risk, or reviewing these videos and making some sort of risk determination, right? So I have an idea, and in the future, there's going to be cameras in every vehicle that comes off the original equipment manufacturing line. Will have video cameras in the vehicle, right? And these OEMs are going to have API. And so one idea I have maybe is like creating some sort of framework where we can have a panel of open source mixture of expert judges with open source, open weight models, and then use those models to feed in, say, two autonomous vehicles get into an accident. We feed in that video data. Then we use this panel of judges to help make some sort of risk determination, put that on an immutable ledger, and maybe carve out some of that and open source it. So we can say, hey, to the insurance company, hey, this is a platform that you can use to help you determine risk or determine liability. And by the way, we're using open source, open weight models so you can fully audit them. And it's completely transparent, right? Here's the open source code. You can kind of review some of our methodology. You can review the models, right? So you can audit it. It gives you that transparency, right? So that's kind of one big idea, and that's the big idea, right? And then you've got Blue Cactus AI, which is an agent's orchestration. So what this is building a context awareness wrapper or an engine around simple business workflows. So the idea with this is to make it very flexible. So pretty much any business, any vertical, you could upload your knowledge base of content, right? Which is like your sales reps have pricing PDFs. Your support people have documentation, right? Any documentation that's related to your business that your employees need to have access to when they're communicating with end customers, you load those up. We embed those into our vector storage. And then what we do is we can set up voice, chat, and support agents. Good question. Are you talking about the Postgres? Good question, Winpo. Are you talking about the... I'm not sure, actually. Which data, I guess? I have indexes in Postgres. And I believe, every time fresh data is coming in, those indexes are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But I need to think about like how I'm handling these embedding chunks and when to surface them and when to not surface them. Yeah, I have not thought through that yet, Winpoo. This is still at the very, very early stage right now. I need to think through that though. So the idea with this, Zane, is that I'm going to create this orchestration engine, right? And really what this is we can take in conversations and then do intent classification. So the idea here is, here's some of the intents, like requesting a specific, and the intent is like, what is the end customer requesting? Are they requesting a specific time frame? Are they asking me to provide info? Are they interested? Are they clarify? Did they want me to clarify something? Right? So the idea is, you can set up your business workflow. You can upload your business documentation, and then you can enter in, okay, well, what information, what entities are you trying to extract during each turn of the conversation, right? It's like, here's an example of a conversation flow. Like I need to fix that. But introduction, collect name, collect company, collect details, book meeting, wrap up, offer callback. And the idea is that you would maybe use some sort of node graph, or you set up as a business person, hey, what are my business workflows? So you set those business workflows up, then you let me know what information is it important for us to extract from your conversation with your end customer. So in my case, it's right now I want to know like time preferences to try help book demos on Google Calendar. I need to know email so my sales reps can email. My sales reps can email the end customer, and I need to know the end customer's company and the end customer's name. So the idea with this is, my understanding is OpenAI is really like distributing intelligence in a horizontal way. So they're distributing intelligence across every vertical. But what's interesting is every single vertical, when you think about agents or miniature employees, each vertical is going to have its own unique set of workflows, its own unique set of hallucinations, right? That are going to need to get solved, and their own unique set of professional services problems. And my understanding is I don't think OpenAI is going to be going deep on every vertical, right? So, and this is just another example, like you'd set up your agents. It could be a dental assistant, real estate qualifier, customer support, appointment setter, right? You can spin up new phone numbers and do text message or phone calls using Twilio, right? Here's your knowledge base. And what I'm going to do is, this is my telematics video business. This is the fleet management vertical, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to build this agent for this vertical first, right? And try to build workflows that I know because I'm in this business. So I'm going to build this agent for this business first. And I have many different workflow ideas that would be helpful in this business. And then I'm going to try and discover the hallucinations of these workflows and what the hallucinations are. And once I make a determination of the hallucinations, then I can try to maybe train the model so they don't hallucinate in that way, or think through how to work through these hallucinations. And that's really that's your barrier to entry, right? Is when you go deeper on a vertical, understand the hallucinations, understand how to solve for them, and try to get like a success rate of over like 70% for these different workflows using agentic models or agents, right? So that's kind of what I'm working on. So let's come back here. Okay, it implemented the changes. Okay, added courts. Okay. Job orchestrator. On app start. So as soon as the Java boots up, courts comes up, loads active scheduled reports, and registered one trigger report per report. Fires at the cron time. Cool. All right. What I'm going to do... what I'm going to do is we're going to go try BugBot real quick, and then I think I'm going to end the stream for now, and I'm going to think through this a little more. So what I'm going to say is, okay, run git status, and then commit the changes with a short and sweet commit message. Let's drop these logs off, guys. Okay. Okay, go ahead and push to origin. Nice. Okay, now let's go, guys. This might be the last thing we do on the stream today, but it should be kind of cool. I don't know if anyone's seen this yet, but we're going to... Okay. So let's make this smaller so everyone can see. Let me go into Twitch. Make sure I can see. Okay. So we're going to do a new pull request. Wait, hold on. Oh, here it is. Couldn't find it for a second. Okay. Okay, so here we go. Well, let me make this smaller. Okay, oops. Let me see if you guys can see it like this. Okay, yeah, you can see it. All right, so here are changes. And I'm going to review these off stream, but let's go ahead and create the pull request. And then I'm going to show you guys how BugBot works. So here we go. You're going to see two eyes. So here's cursor BugBot. Boom. Here's these two eyes. I don't know if you guys can see these, but it says, so cursor bot and ChatGPT codex. And guys, my workflow right now is I have the cursor ultra plan, and I have the codex, I'm sorry, the ChatGPT Plus plan, the $20 plan. And really what's amazing is you get a lot for the $20 plan. You get a ton of codex usage. You get these codex PR reviews. And you get the Atlas browser, which I don't know if you guys have ever seen the Atlas browser, but I could come in here and go to agent mode, and I could say, and then I'm using Whisper Flow for speech to text. I probably could have built my own speech to text thing, but for now I didn't. And so I can say, okay, I want you to go through this platform and act like a sales rep and do a demo. So this also, you get this with the $20. You don't get a lot of requests, but this is actually ChatGPT running an agent. And what's really amazing about this is one day you can see a future where maybe, agents are reaching out to customers want to do a demo, and maybe they just want to see the demo and that's it, right? And maybe they still talk to a human at some point, but maybe an agent could do the product demo, right? So tons of really interesting things you can do with this. But anyways, it's kind of just going through the platform. It should start. That didn't, I'll say. Now I want you to go click on the sidebar, click through the different pages. Let's see if it can do it. The cursor should go to the left, executing the task. Oh, there it goes. I don't know if you guys can see it. Hold on. It's kind of cool, actually. So it's literally clicking through the different pages right now, the agent. Anyways, let's go back to here. Okay. Here's the codex. The newly generated schedule report has no ID here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pass these back into Codex. Let's grab the other one. So what did BugBot say? Is BugBot still running? Where's BugBot? Oh, here's BugBot. BugBot's still running. Help me understand this. What are your thoughts on this? Do not make any changes yet. I just want you to help me understand this issue for a layman. And guys, if anyone's new here, please follow, like, and subscribe. It helps a lot. It helps push the content out to more people. I guess we're generating a unique ID at the database level Okay, go ahead and make this change. Commit the change. Uh-oh. The build failed. Oh, I probably need to add it to the Docker file, maybe. Before we do that, let's do this. Okay, before we make that change, review the below build error. And yeah, Winpoo, like one thing I know that Cursor does good is, keeping some context like in the ephemeral data and some preferences or some context stored persistent, right? And I need to think through like when I'm surfacing, when I'm indexing, because I know that things can get slow fast, right? And like one thing I've heard people that worked at Google or someone mentioned, I forget where it was on some podcast, but I know that Google, like if they can increase speed just by a little bit, right, that increases conversion by like a significant amount, right? So definitely, part of a good user experience is how fast it is. So let's see. Okay, let's fix both of these issues. Then commit those changes with a short and sweet commit message and push to origin. But actually, let's check if BugBot finished first. BugBot's still running. BugBot takes a little minute, actually. I'm just gonna paste this BugBot issue in. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I know like this agent stuff, if the response time is not fast enough, that'll frustrate someone real fast. Someone will throw the phone on the ground and just say, I want to talk to an effing human. So interesting. Sometimes Codex takes longer than BugBot. Sometimes BugBot takes longer than Codex. I have been pretty impressed with Cursor BugBot though, definitely. And guys, while this is running, hold on, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. No. Oh, wow. They both caught the same bug. Nice. Okay. I know in the title it said we're using Opus 4.5 and Gemini 3 Pro, and I didn't use Cursor a lot today. But I was testing that agentic loop, and my billing is I have a good amount of usage, so I fell back to the Codex CLI a little bit today. But on next stream, I'll probably keep ripping and running with Cursor pretty aggressive. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I believe that's the same exact error as before, or the same exact problem. So what we're gonna do is let's just say that, boom. Yeah. Now, what I found with models, my opinion, not that anyone asked right now, but I figure I'll just say, but what I found, Codex 5.2 extra high, the best at very complex bugs, best at debugging, best at long-running agentic tasks, best at reasoning. Gemini 3 Pro, in my experience, best at abstraction, best at big system thinking. Gemini 3 Pro, best at front end. Opus 4.5, fast, surgical precision, the least amount of hallucination, expensive as hell. And Composer 1, fast. They have it priced at the same price as GPT, which is pretty incredible. Very comprehensive, but it's like a wild, untamed horse. And I'm missing one. Grok code I haven't used enough to give an opinion on it. And also kind of the way I've been thinking maybe lately is like use Gemini 3 Flash or Grok code or a lightweight model to spin up subagents to do discovery work. After you do the discovery work, switch to a more intelligent model to start the planning phase. When you're complete with the planning phase, you can switch back to the lightweight model to execute the plan. I feel like I'm missing a model that I didn't mention, but anyways, yeah, that's kind of my read on it so far. Okay, let's back to here. Okay. Let's go ahead and push it. Now, what's kind of annoying is I don't think that BugBot's going to run again. How can I get BugBot to run again? See, I just pushed another commit right here. Maven's starting. Let me ask ChatGPT. Hold on. Okay, when I push a new commit to the same PR, how can I get Codex or BugBot to run again? Oh wow, another build issue. I don't know if I'm gonna have to add these. Interesting. I'm not right now this GitHub Actions Maven build failed. Is it because this package is not in the Docker file? Should look confused by this. We'll move this off before it exposes something. No, I don't. Got it. I'm going to be reviewing the chat too when post, so I'm not going to forget anything you're saying. I'll review the chat after the stream and write some of this stuff down. That does nothing. I've never actually had an error like this before. I'm gonna give it to... Oh, here's one. Oh, it's in the runner. Maybe it's in the runner, actually. It's printing it to the runner, maybe. One. Yeah, compile it locally, right? Hold on. Let me do this in Cursor real quick. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up Cursor in that directory. So let me go into Ghosty, and I might have found it. I think it was up further up in the run. When it said find the file in the runner, I'm using GitHub. It's crazy, but I don't use more than 3,000 minutes of compile time, so I'm using the runner in the cloud. And it said go find it in the runner, and that was kind of confusing me. But I think it meant, like, I don't ever see like the file system in the runner, but maybe it just printed it just a standard out or something straight to the runner log. And so I just grabbed more of the runner log and pasted it in, and now it seems like it knows what to do. But yeah, I got to get everything set up. It's crazy, but I need to get the environment. I need to fix my workflow a little bit. I got to go get the production system, pull it down, change all the endpoints, change some stuff. Because right now I have like a little bit of drift between my production system and this system. But let's see if this... Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna open it up locally here. Okay, let's come in here. Let's go to CD reports, Cursor. I am having a build failure. Can you compile locally and then review this build failure? Yeah, I don't even have Java, I guess. Hold on. I don't want to do this GitHub Copilot app modernization. No, it does. I have Java configured somewhere. Hold on. Okay, so help me understand the exact test that's failing. I guess it's trying to test the runner. Help me understand this. Or it's trying to test the the court's runner. Yeah, I do. Hold on, I do. I'm going to tell it that first. I'm going to say that. Okay, I know I have a JDK installed somewhere. Go search for it. I don't know what directory it's in, but you can find it. It's on Homebrew, I think. There we go. It's in Homebrew. Okay, good. All right, beautiful. Thank you. I was thinking that, and then I didn't do it. But okay, export. I was just confused by the test. I've never had a test like this. Dude, this is amazing. When you see Opus working like this, it's just like blows your brain. I still don't fully. I don't fully understand what's going on right now. Auto wiring Spring Bean. I don't work in Java a ton, so beans. Okay, got you. Found the bug. Some class that doesn't have this Spring annotation, so it doesn't create a bean, and then some courts method is expecting some bean. Okay. Okay, great. Can you run git status? What branch are we on? Gotcha. And thanks for being here, Winpoo. It's actually cool to have someone like you here. Okay. Yes, go ahead and commit this change with a short and sweet commit message and push to origin. And then let's oops. Okay, here we go. Wait, which I was on. I don't know what branch I was on. Okay, I'm on the right branch still. Got it. All right, let's do this. Okay, now I got to figure out how to run codecs again real quick. Let me see. I had to pop up somewhere. Let's pop it up again. I'm gonna say okay, so I have a PR where I already ran the codecs PR review. How can I get the codecs PR review to run again after I push new commits? I need to configure this so it runs codecs again on every PR. All the new commits on the same PR. Open the reviewers panel and choose request review again. All right, let's see. Where's the reviewers panel? Oh. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me just first let's see if it passes. Hold on. Let's get to it. I thought I could just leave a comment. Can't I just comment on the PR to get it to run again? I don't see this option to start the review again. There is no button. Oh, I'm gonna try this. On the PR. Maven's still building. Let's see if it... I think it was already failing before this. I missed someone's message where they said 5 code a PK, but I don't remember this service taking this long to start. Or this long to build. I think I can just go ahead actually while we wait for this. What we can do is just let's add a comment here and see if we can get Codex to start the review. Nice. I got Codex to review. It just put the eyes on it. I love it. Oh no. I need to understand these tests. I may have to do this offline, but let's see. Let's see what Opus thinks about this. Hey, Atha, how are you? I don't want to. Oh. Why do we have to use Postgres during the testing? Hey, Atha, I'm working on scheduled reports right now, so I'm using a framework called Quartz to set up a cron job to run the scheduled reports on a schedule. Hold on, before we do this, help me understand, why does the CI need to connect to a database to complete these tests? Are running these Spring Boot tests absolutely critical during CI? Yeah, there's no, I don't need, yeah, I'm going to test it. I'm going to just push it to AWS EKS, open up the logs. Might need to mock DB test unless you have integration tests. Yeah, I don't have I've never had a service that during, while it's building, during CI, connecting to my database ever. This is the first time it's ever done that. For now, I think Integration tests. Wow, yeah. I'm learning a lot, man. This is I need to get this stuff set up so I can sleep better at night too with this stuff set up if I understand these testing better. And really getting these testing set up right. That's really when you can start thinking about these agentic loops, right? Where you can let the agents kind of do their thing, and if you really lock down these tests and you're confident, then it could get more autonomous, right? But let me see. We're gonna remove them for now. It's kind of a crazy thing to do, but we're removing them. Okay, let's remove these tests for now. I'm gonna just deploy it to AWS EKS, and then I'm gonna open up the logs and test it live. Okay. All right, let's look at the latest commit. Hold on. I'm just curious. Skip tests and CI build. What did I have? How do I see the commit history here? This is a little scary, but I guess it's still building, and if it has a build failure, obviously it's still. Let's come back here. Interesting. But I don't know, is time zone... I mean, time zone's important because if they say they want to get it every day, but they're in a time... It's going to use my default server time zone. It's interesting, though, because I don't know if I have I do have a section in the app. Yeah, I don't have tests. Thanks. So I do have, when you come to account setting. Oh, yeah. Okay, here's my time zone, my notification time zone. So when I send emails from SendGrid, I have a time zone. Now, if these customers are setting up scheduled reports, I'm probably going to have to add a time zone here for them to pick their time zone so we can send the scheduled reports. And I need to think about that. That's a pretty good catch by Codex right there. I'm impressed. Well, there you go. Test passed again. We're going to do another Codex review. Okay, got it. All right, boom, let's comment. One more Codex review. This is kind of a hard thing to test, though, right? I'm gonna have to set them up. Let's keep these for now. Okay, so help me understand, I guess, what's the best way to test this? So I'm going to have to set up these scheduled reports on a schedule, and then will I need to be following the log whenever these cron jobs run so I can kind of review the log to see if there's any errors? I'm assuming that's what I'm going to need to do. What's the best way to do this? Got it. I did remove this internal endpoint. So what I can do is I can set up an internal endpoint that I can only call from inside a Kubernetes. Then I can set up a Kubernetes temporary pod and run this curl, hit that endpoint, schedule it, and then watch the logs or something like that. Codex is running again. Okay, but recently I removed that endpoint. What I want to know is, can we set up an internal endpoint that we can call using a curl that won't be exposed to the internet, so it's not a vulnerability? So what I want to do is I want to set up a Kubernetes temporary pod, fire off this curl. Wait, I could just get my a secret. Or should I just use generate a cookie, and then we can use that cookie in the header and make the call like that? What do you think? And guys, please follow, like, and subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure I don't want this to leave. Okay, so what is this internal API secret? Is this just a custom secret that we're adding to an environment variable? It's not the same as the cookie when we add cookies to the header from the front end, right? Okay, got it. Okay, so let me say. Okay, so we have this internal secret set up already, right? I could add it via Kubernetes secret, actually, right now. K9s. Oh, locally? You mean K8s locally? K9s. K9s. Wow. No, the way I'm doing it right now is I deploy it on Kubernetes hosted on AWS EKS. Like, what I'll do is usually when I go test, I literally just will open up an agent chat and just say, I want you to do a rollout restart on the reports deployment, and then open up the reports logs and follow them. I mean, usually I literally I push the services up, and then I'll do a rollout restart to pull them down. Wow, I just learned one of my skills, my K8 skills. So it's getting my reports deployment, And it's really been 140 days. That seems funny. So usually, I mean, this is literally, I just do a rollout restart, and then I'll open up the logs. K9 is a CLI tool for interacting with K8's cluster. Interesting. Yeah, so right now I'm literally using kubectl from the terminal is how I'm doing it. But I learned a lot today. Wow. Awesome. So back to here real quick. So right now what I'm trying to do is, okay, so I need to deploy this and then I need to test it, right? Now, there's two ways I could test it. I guess I could log into the app, generate a cookie, take that cookie, and then do a curl to the endpoint with the cookie in the header and make that curl. Or I can create this custom secret that's only for an internal call and just use it one time and then remove it. Or I could create a Kubernetes secret. Hey, Jesse, how are you? Okay, what approach do you suggest? I don't want to show this here because it could expose something. Yeah, hey Jesse. Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you? How are you doing? Are you working on any fun stuff right now? I'm just trying to get scheduled reports working. I'm using a cron job in this open source framework called Quartz, or I don't know if it's a full framework. It's an open source tech called Quartz to help us run cron jobs. So when we're running reports, it's easy to do that. And also earlier in the stream, I demoed the voice agent. If you're interested in that, you can go kind of check out the voice agent demo. Oh, good, Jesse. Cool. Okay. Okay, so haven't we done this in the past without creating the Kubernetes secret? Okay, yeah, let's try that. I just need to... Can we do kubectl execute straight into the reports pod and then call the endpoint right from there? Yeah, my problem is WinPoo is it's got middleware, so I need to use a secret. All right, let's just merge this, and then we're gonna review this one after. But hold on, let's merge. We can always roll it back if we need to. Okay, now I need to go get a scheduled report UUID. And I've done these curls before. Let me actually... That's okay. We'll do them again. Okay. Now, I don't know. We're going to do this quick because I still haven't thought through this enough, but I'm going to say... Let me get... I need to get an ID of one of these reports. Let's go to scheduled reports. Let's grab the ID for the critical event report. Okay, here's the UUID for the critical event scheduled report. Go ahead and build the curl. Yeah, it does. Is that unusual? Or they use a cookie. Like all of the middleware is looking for a cookie. So like the front end is using cookies, and then we check Redis to see if the session's in Redis. It's like the front end makes the call, it passes in the cookie, and then we check Redis to see if the session's there, and that's kind of how the middleware works. So I just the report service that runs the scheduled report has middleware in front of it. So I have to like use some sort of secret or a cookie to authenticate through the middleware and be able to run the scheduled report. So like right now I have like an internal API secret that I'm using to run these requests to do testing inside of the Kubernetes cluster, if that makes sense. Hopefully it makes sense. Let's see. What's this? Hey, Callie, how are you? So it's going to be like a request that looks like this, which I hope this is not sketchy. But it looks like we have an internal API secret. It's not actually a K8 secret right now, but it is a secret that we have. I think it's in as it says an environment variable, and we're going to use that secret. So we're gonna run this inside of kubectl, try to execute into the pod, and then run it straight from. Do we still have this endpoint set up though? Are you sure we still have this endpoint set up? I think I removed the endpoint because I was worried that it was exposed to the internet. So make sure we don't expose anything. No, check the commits. There's some commit where I made a modification to the header or this internal route. Oh, I secured it. Okay, good. And let's make sure the secret header. Okay, and the internal API secret, where is that? And guys, sorry, I've got it off screen right now. I just want to make sure I don't expose anything. And actually, I should be like switching to a different view here, but it's okay. Okay, for now you can hard code it in the YAML, but make it a random unique key, and then as soon as we're done, we're gonna remove it. Okay. All right, I think we're ready. We should be able to test this in a minute here. Okay, so normally I just do a kubectl rollout restart, but in this case, we're going to have to apply this pod YAML, right? Or will it apply it during the kubectl rollout restart? Okay, I'm going to have to apply it. Okay. So... Okay, it's done. Okay, go ahead and delete the pod for the reports deployment and then apply the pod. Okay, here we go. So we're deleting the pod. And we're applying the pod. Now we just added a secret into the pod. Nice, it's running. Beautiful. It put this on watch. Let's see. It did -w, but it should... I don't know if it's just going to sit here and keep spinning because it did -watch. We're about to see. Oh no. Okay, good. Yeah, this is amazing. It's honestly cool. Okay, go ahead and run these commands. And before you run these commands, let's open up and follow the reports deployment log. We're close, guys. We're close to testing it, which is pretty cool. Oops. Good. Just dropping off this wood here. I'm gonna go get back to the chopping the yew tree here quickly. Okay, let's start chopping and then we're gonna roll. We're close. Okay, we're opening up the logs now. We're gonna follow them. So boom. Nice, logs are streaming. Okay, here we go. And let's see if I can open up the logs first. Here they are. So here we go, guys. It's kind of cool. Okay, boom. Nice. Yeah, I already knew this was working, though. Yeah, but I already knew this was working. Really, what I'm trying to understand is how Quartz is going to work. Like, how can I... What's the best way to test that Quartz is going to run this on the appropriate schedule, if that makes sense? I had already... and guys, this is sent to email to me with the CSV. I had already been testing this using the curl. I had already been testing this using the curl. Yeah. Add an endpoint to inspect the court's state. Show all scheduled jobs in their next fire times without waiting. Change it to fire 2 minutes. Ooh. Sure. Yeah, you can add an internal endpoint. And how are we going to call that endpoint? Are we going to use the same internal API key, or how is this endpoint going to work? There we go. Internal secret. I need to modify. I just exposed the internal secret. I guess it doesn't matter if I expose the internal secret because you have to be inside my environment, I think. I'm going to rotate it though anyways, just for safe measure. Can you rotate that internal secret again too? Oh, hey, Jesse, you're working on Automaker. Sorry, I missed your message. That's awesome. I've been watching some of Andre's content. I've been enjoying it. Okay, go ahead and commit these changes with a short and sweet commit message and push to origin. Okay, we push to origin. Wait, did the merge fail? Oh, wait, hold on. Or is that a different merge? No, I think it succeeded. No, it failed. Hold on. Interesting. How did the build succeed on the merge branch? But maybe we changed some... Interesting. Hold on. When I merged to main, it failed. The build failed. Review. It doesn't have the skip tests, I thought. Interesting. It does have skip tests. Is this the merge into... Let me see. Yeah, this is the merge into main. Let's just try to run this again. Rerun all jobs. All day sleeping now code. I love it. I think I know what happened, but I'm gonna hold back on speculating for now. I think make sure real quick. Let me check something. What's in the actions directory? Hold on. All right, I think it's gonna work this time. Let's see. I just checked the Maven file and it has skip tests. That commit did happen. So this commit, we did do this. So I think that's maybe why the job failed or something. Is the first time it ran, it didn't have the updated Maven file, something like that. Let me see what else. Actually, we didn't push that endpoint yet. Let me see. Okay, can you check out back to the branch we've been working on and then run git status and then let's commit these new changes? Or for now, just run git status and git diff and then let's then we'll commit those after. And guys, if you're new here, please follow, subscribe, and like the video. It helps push this content out to more people. Really, this channel is just about vibe coding, building businesses together. No, should I abstract that out, Winpo? Right now I'm using Quartz, but I probably should be doing that in a separate service, right? It told me that it was pretty lightweight, but I don't have a ton of customers, but I have a good amount of customers. Not all of them are going to run scheduled reports. But no, I didn't separate. I can create a different service for that though, if you think that should be abstracted out, or abstracted away from this core report service, then I definitely can consider that. I probably should do that. So you're telling me we already pushed we pushed the commit with the new endpoints? Oh man. Really weird. I have skip tests set up on the main branch and it's still failing. Okay, we have skip tests now on the Maven file in the main branch, but we're still getting these failures. I don't want it to open up the Docker file. Oh, I didn't have it. Oh, the Docker image YAML needed to be updated too. Okay, I think I figured it out. Okay, let's go back here. Let's run another, let's go to pull request. Let's open up a new pull request. Let's do this court scheduler. Nice, okay. Now let's create this pull request. Good, okay. I think this is gonna fix it. Good question, Winpo. There's no, I'm trying to, I think I'm misunderstanding your question maybe, to be honest, but I'm trying to think. Nothing where the courts runs alongside anything else, specifically in terms of the event loop. Honestly, it's me probably, but I'm still trying to understand what you're asking. I know there's no other background jobs that are running in this service, if that's kind of what you're asking. This is going to be the only batch jobs that are running on this service. The event loop. Now, do you mean like there's different modules inside of this service, inside of this Java service, and sometimes like there's like this is a report service, so I might have customers in the front end that go run a report, and those requests will come in and hit one of these modules, and they technically could maybe make a request for a report at the same time that this scheduler is running. And that might, I'm not sure if that's what's maybe you're asking. Just one. So it just builds one Docker image. So pretty much like every time I push to a new branch, it runs a build to see if it fails. If it passes, then when I merge that branch into main, I build again, and then I create the Docker image and push it up with a tag. That's kind of how it works. But I don't know, maybe I guess my like, ooh, they have this thing called, hold on. Whenever I see the word hard-coded, it makes me nervous, dude. A placeholder. Yeah, I gotta get all the secrets into Kubernetes secrets, man. All of them. Okay. But I think we're good for now. Let's just... No. They don't all run in the same pod. No. So... No, so all of these... I don't think so. I mean, I think I'm pretty sure I have microservices architecture. Yeah, so like these are all the services, right? And all of them are running as different pods. And then I'm letting Kubernetes do a lot of the decision making of which pod to run on which nodes, if that makes sense. So like this report service is a pod here, right? And but like all my other services are different microservices running as different pods, and it's a multi-repo setup. Each one's its own separate repository, and I do that because when I hire people, I don't want to expose the entire code base. I don't know if that answered the question. Okay, so like now, here's the build running again, and then here's the Docker image building, right? So when I click the Docker image, now that it's building, and then it's gonna build the app, and then it's gonna build the image. But yeah, I have like 13 microservices, Winpo. No. So I'm not like building them all. Right now I'm inside of just one service. And so I'm building the image for just this service right now. And that's it. And it does take a minute to build, but so I'm just building an image only for the report service right now. Yes, correct. Each service has its own Docker image, correct. And guys, please follow if you haven't already. It really helps push this content out to more people. Hopefully this works this time. Here we go. I think it finished. So here you go. I'm building the image now. Oh, I love it. I love it, man. I love it. Oh, no. Did it fail? No. No, it didn't. I think it worked. I love it. Okay. So now I'm going to come here. I'm going to say, okay, delete the pod for the reports deployment and then apply the pod for the reports deployment. We're going to test again. It's working now. The new image is up on Docker Hub. Actually, the last time we ran the curl, we actually didn't pull down the latest image from Docker Hub. And really, I worked with a engineer, one of the smartest people I've ever worked with, and he's working at some of the big tech companies in California. But he helped me think through a lot of this architecture. And really, I moved from like a monolith where I was literally on EC2 compiling services on EC2 manually, which was crazy. But I did that for a long time. And then now I moved to this. And this has been like life-changing, honestly. Just Docker, pods, Kubernetes. At first, it was like, holy crap. Like, literally, I remember one day after we set all this up, I it's a shared DB. Now, one problem I have, Winpo, is that, and I won't go into too much detail, but pretty much I have a ton of like GPS data. These devices are recording. It's like, I forget exactly, but it's like, they're like sending data almost every 4 seconds. All these cameras in the field, right? So I have like hundreds of them in the field. And then I'm taking all that data and I'm writing it against one table called the event data table. All that, so I have like a table that's super write heavy, right? And then some of my reports are also querying against that same table. So I need to think through that. Like, I'm thinking I may need like a read replica or something, and then run all the heavy join queries against this read replica instead of the database that I'm writing to, if that makes sense. It hasn't become a problem yet, but even with indexes and stuff, I notice that the queries aren't as fast as I want them to be for reporting. But let's try this. All right, here we go. Let's start the logs. Wow. This was a fun one, actually. Okay. Okay, it exposed my secret again, but we're going to remove it immediately. Hold on. Let's do it. I don't know why it's filling in the secret. I thought I could just pull it in. I thought you could just use not the actual key, but like pull it in from the pod, right? Dude, yeah, it's okay. It was supposed to do it like this. I'm gonna delete it immediately. Okay, let's do this. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, here's the Spring Boot service. Ooh, there are the jobs. Look at that. So here are the scheduled jobs. And we have an endpoint now that shows us all of the scheduled jobs. Okay, can you run the curl again? And then we can review the log. My headphones are dying, guys. One of my headphones just died. That's how I know it's maybe time to end the stream. Okay, let's do this. It still doesn't print anything to the log. Report executed successfully. Here's the summary. Court scheduler. 4 reports registered. Report execution. And then it executed my report. Court is running. Jobs are scheduled. Manual execution via curl works. Well, hey, guys, if you made it this far, I really appreciate you being here. I have a lot of vibe coding ideas. You should have write access only to its own data. If it needs other data, it typically requests it from other services. Got it. Write access only to its own data. So Got it, Wimpo. And Wimpo gave me a ton of great advice. Again, thank you for being here. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna get some food. I'm gonna try to get to the gym and move my legs a little bit because when I sit in the chair for this long, my hips get kind of tight. So gonna try to gonna how not fast are we talking about? Why what did I say again? Oh, how not fast. Oh, you're talking about the reports. Uh just not as snappy as I would like them to be, but I did have a pagination error, which I can explain on the next stream. Um, where I actually the SQL query had a problem where it wasn't returning like 50 results at a time. So when I had customers doing a full query for like a month's worth of data, it was executing the query for the full month and then only returning 50 results to the front end. So I thought that pagination was working at the time, but it really wasn't. So I was able to fix the query. So now every time I only return 50 results at a time to the front end. And sorry, type error dev, I didn't see your message till just now. Um, so I'm still trying to understand, was that the issue, or is it because the table's getting too large, right? And these join queries are kind of expensive. But I have indexes set up on every column that the join operations are happening on. Um, so I still need to think through that. But again, Winpo, thank you everyone for being here. Really looking forward to doing a lot of cool vibe coding stuff. I had all these things I wanted to do, but to be honest, I wasn't I just couldn't do them. Couldn't get it all out of my head and to the keyboard. But now with vibe coding, the game has really changed, and so it feels like I can really do a lot. So anyways, on this channel, I'm going to be doing a lot of vibe coding, be working on the telematics video. We're going to be working on the agents business. If you're interested in joining a community, you can join discord.bluecactus.ai. You got to put it in your URL bar. I used Route 53 to just redirect it to the actual Discord link, but it should open up Discord for you. And then you can accept the invitation to the server, or when you type in discord.bluecactus.ai into your URL bar, it should redirect you to the Discord link, and then you can copy the Discord link in the URL bar and take that and paste that into Discord. You should be able to join. So, really anyone from any skill level can join the community as long as just it's really a community of people interested in AI, vibe coding, any type of agentic agents. Um, if you're interested in building businesses, consumer businesses, or a B2B, I kind of have more of a focus on B2B. But would love and be happy to have you in the community. I also do some high level discussion about AI topics on my YouTube. So I have some VODs on my YouTube where I watch some meaningful AI interviews with tech leaders and I give my commentary. I also did a video on loop. I did an agentic loop in Cursor, kind of similar to what Ralph Loop and some of these other looping open source projects that you've been hearing about. But anyways, guys, I think that I think that's kind of where I'm gonna end it. But again, just want to say thank you to everyone. The community's been growing, and we're getting more people in the Discord. So should be a really fun year ahead of vibe coding, and we're discussing different models, which one's better at what. Really, I've learned a lot already. I mean, even just in chat today, I learned a ton. That's really the great part. Early in my career, I never really did enough networking or enough like building community. I kind of just focused on the grind on sales. Um, and just didn't get out there enough. But that's why I decided to start live streaming, just because I saw how powerful vibe coding was, and yeah, so I mean, and what I've realized from live streaming is really the power of community, and we can all learn from each other. Every day I hear about a new tool, and it's too much to keep up with by yourself, right? You need a community of people, and we can all share things with each other and learn and help each other. So, anyways, thanks again, guys. I'll catch you guys on the next stream. Have a good one.